What's going on, everybody? All right. I gotta get my volume down here on the compute tower. See what I can do here. Nope, that ain't gonna work. Y'all see me pretty good? Light's too bright? What? What's up, Jedi Jim? How you doing, buddy? Tonight, as you've seen in me listing this, that I'm going to be making a buck 110 knife slip, and I'm going to give it away to one of you lucky winners. And then hold on a second, I got some feedback here. SC Knife Monkey is going to be giving away a knife tonight. He's going to be giving away the black one. And I'm going to be giving away the camel one. So there'll be two knife giveaways. The buck, 285 in black and 285 in camel. And then one lucky winner will get the slip that I'm going to show you how I'm going to make tonight. So that said, okay, Louie brother, what's up? What's up, Chessie Moon? Scooter? Everybody getting their highs across. I'll get ready to start here. I'll put my gloves on here. Make it through the night. I'm drinking the Deep South Bolster Blend coffee, brought into you part by Deep South Cutlery. Good times, great nights. Cheers. If you want to get you some of this coffee, you can either go on the auction every Thursday nights and tell him you want some at the end of the night, or just tell him bill you for some and he'll be glad to and send it right to you. This is my favorite coffee, folks. I ain't kidding you. I love the blend. It's a dark roast. It's really great. I'm sure Barlow Jim's drinking some right now. What you up to, Kodiak? Scooter? I'm up to about 6'4", no good. And I got a damn stink bug moving in on me here. But no, I'm doing good, thank you. How about you? I see the world famous Michael Hale made it past 1,000 subscribers. Congrats to him. Now we're all gonna help push me to 3,000, right? I seen a fellow tonight on a YouTube channel. He's got 738,000 subscribers. And all he does is show off and give away knives. So let's see if we can't offer him a lot more than that. So please be sharing with all your friends. Text them right away, on the phone or whatever, and tell them to come on in. Yeah, I got a couple flies that's been living in here all winter, so. Okay. I got some leather down here on the table. First thing I want to do is get rid of this damn cigarette. Okay, I'm not going to smoke for a while. Please pardon me. Okay, let me point the camera down to where I'm going to be working here. Bear with me here. I got to get a better camera system here. All right. Can you see that okay? This is a custom mod I did with some tiger maple. It's a buck 110, older model, about 70s. I put a line pattern on the spine here. You can see that. This is the knife I'm going to use for doing this. So I got a piece of leather here. And first thing I want to do is get it wet. And I'm wearing gloves, by the way, because I don't want to get no dirt on this, or oil or grease from my hands. So I'm going to wet this leather real good here. I wet it until it just stops taking the water. I'm making a Danston. I'm making a buck 110 sheath. And I'm going to give it away to one of y'all here at the end. Who's going to be the lucky winner? As you can see, it's starting to barely not take the water. Now what I want to do is figure out where I'm going to put it. Oh, I figure probably about, I want to pull it out with the top up. So I'm going to go like probably this here. You want some of the knife exposed so you can pull it out. And then what I'm going to do, get me a tracing tool. And I'm just going to trace the outline of it. It looks about good right there. Put me a light mark on it. Okay. I don't know if you can see that, but I got the mark on it there. And why is my camera freezing here? Okay. There we go. I got a mark, scribe it on there where it's going to go on the leather. Then I'm going to go ahead and carve something on this before I mold it to the knife. I got to throw some more wood in my fireplace. Okay. Now, what I want to do is get what they call a swivel knife. They come in different shapes and sizes here. And you want to make sure they're fairly sharp. Put your forefinger on this, and then you control it by swiveling it. So, I'm going to cut around that outline I just made. I think I'm just going to do that. I want to make a different outline here. Just the top. Okay. All right, that's what I got. This ain't gonna matter because it's gonna disappear. I got this cut out right here, and now I'm going to go ahead and put something really nice. Let me see here. What do I want to do? I think I'm just gonna stick with the border tool on this. I might do something different with the border tonight, though. Let me see. Trying to decide here what I want to do. Let me look for something else. Okay, yeah. I think what I'm going to do is take... No, that ain't the tool I want. I'll be right back. Okay. First, I gotta shade. I gotta shade it. So I'll get a shading tool here. Do I have one here with me? This one will do just fine. I'm gonna go along this what I cut now with this shading tool here. And I just work it down. The stumbles in the house. Just working around the inside of this line I cut. Get a little bit of shading. You can just hear me fine. Okay, that's what I did the first step. Make it a little three-dimensional. That's done with a shading tool on the inside of the line that you cut. Trying to make these over stamped lines go away. I like to work with oak tan leather from Italy. Ground fog. Oak tan's the best. Bed stand's okay, but Oak tan's more flawless. Alright, now I'm going to put a border like this on it. I'm just going along the inside there. Giving myself about a 1/4 inch in between for another stamp. You can make borders out of just about any stamp. It's pretty much up to you what design you're going for. I figured that'd look nice. Now I'm going to put an accent in between it. I don't know if you all can see it. Prison Workshop, thank you. I send you an email. I got it. Okay. Message deleted by FC. SD. Is SD being naughty? The back end of this is square, so it's squaring itself up to my line that I cut in. So it points in the right direction. One more. Okay. How's that look so far, folks? Got a little lag time on my computer, I see there. I got a little bit of a curve here I want to get in there. Okay. See if we can't add something in the middle, maybe. For this, I'm going to have to draw a line in the middle to there. Just a light line for reference. Yeah, that's a little off, but oh well. I can make it work. I'm going to do this. Yeah, that's better. All right. I can see that better. Now this, I got to take my time and make sure it's lined up where I want it. Oh yeah, hang in guys. I get this sheet done, we're going to have this giveaway, and then we're going to give away 2 knives. If you want to stick around. Yeah, Jim. Jedi Jim. I like the texture of it too. These shading tools really do a cool job. Trying to keep this centered as I go. Sometimes it's hard on smaller objects like this. Not like I'm doing a horse saddle or a motorcycle seat or a women's purse where you got a lot of opening to stamp. I think that'll do it. I don't know if I can fit another one in there or not. Why not? Okay. Tops off of it a little bit, but how's it look, folks? Yeah, if you want it, T Outdoors, where you at? Chicago? Where's everybody from? I know Jedi Jim's from Eastern Indiana. Knife Monkeys from South Carolina. And Arizona ADC's from Arizona. South Willie, yeah. Oh, this is T-Roy. T-Roy Boyd, it says howdy every morning on Kevin the Knife Doctor. Chris Gary, upstate New York. I haven't lived in New York since I was in the military. Fort Dix, home of the Dix. Okay, now I got that. My next step is to mold it. So what I have to do now is put some, let me see here, some tape on the area where I stamped it. This is done to keep it from stretching. Now, what I'll do is literally put some plywood down here. Let's get these carving tools out of my way. T-Roy Oven, South Wilmington. Charlie. Yep. Charlie Cook, what's up? How you doing? Brian Benz, Toronto, Canada. What's the cost to ship something to Canada? Now, I need to take the knife, and I'm going to put it back. You know what? Second time, I'm not going to use this tape. You don't have to. That's only unless you're stitched a regular sheath. So, it's a matter of where I stop that. Right about there. Okay, now, first of all, before I get carried away, I got to wet this really good. And on both sides. I can dip it in water for a minute or two, but I don't have a water bucket here. I forgot to bring one down before I got ready. Just saturate it with water. Just keep going until the water starts popping up. You know, it's not absorbing water anymore. Then you know you got enough. See that? It's not really taking the water anymore. So that's going to be good. All right, now I got enough water on it. Normally, you'll wrap this knife or any gun that you do a gun holster for with saran wrap. A few layers of saran wrap so you waterproof it, but I just oil the knife up when I'm done. So you need a piece of plywood because I'm going to staple this piece of leather on here. I'll start forming it down a little bit by hand here. I might cut the... There we go. I might cut some of this out when I'm done. Make it easier to pull the knife out. You can see I'm starting to mold it around the leather or knife. And when I get close, I'll just take a staple gun here now. Give yourself a good inch or inch and a half around it. You don't want this leather to move as you're molding it. There we go. Now, molding tool. Okay, these are molding tools right here. All right, this is what they use. So I'll take this one here. I'll start pressing it in, down and in. Giving myself enough leather to draw in. Take several passes. Ooh, I gotta let my fireplace go out, man. I'm burning up. It was 50 degrees today, thank God. I got a little too much tension on this side. So I'm gonna pop these staples here real quick. Don't be afraid to do this. I'll answer some questions here in a minute. Take a little break. Okay, now I can come in here and get some pressure under this knife. All right. Now she's looking better. Okay. How's that look, y'all? Probably go ahead and dry this now, but I'm going to add one more touch on here. Now this takes patience. You get a push in there. Actually, I'll use this tool to push in. And I'm going to try to get the blade three-dimensional too. This will help the knife go in and out tighter so it's not so loose inside. It's virtually hugging everything from the knife. The blade will have somewhere to go as well as the rest of the knife. You can see that. Okay, let that sit for a minute. That looks pretty good. Okay, questions? Looks really good. Yeah, it's getting there. Yeah. Snug. Yeah, you want it snug because, you know, when you put this knife in and out, you'll see I'm actually gonna cut this out. Probably like right here. Give you a good finger hold on it to get the knife in and out. But that's all looking pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Everyone ask a question. Let me see. I gotta go back to the questions here. $105. Cool. All right. Everyone's question. Come on. Great so far. Who taught you how to work with leather? YouTube University, baby. Doing the same thing you guys are doing right now. Except I went after I wanted to learn how to work on horse saddles, so there's a couple top guys that I watched tooling leather for horse saddles, and then I started getting into doing custom Harley seats with leather. So there's a couple of guys that do leather that I started watching their channels, and probably about 10 years ago, before that, I was making knives and I never could find sheaths to match them, and I'm like, man, I gotta learn this leather working if I want to make kick-ass knives and nice sheaths to go with it and not rely on somebody else. So 65 orders in a month on Amazon. I got every tool I needed and just went at it. I picked up a bunch of tools here and there from friends and family that had them laying around, and like the stamps, I've got probably close to 300 different carving tools and stamps you see in this here. This holds what I'm working with at the time. And then I got other racks over there with a bunch more. So it takes, it took me probably a couple years to get all the tools I have, and a couple years to really start getting good at it. Because I do a three-dimensional, you always cut out your designs that you're gonna shade in. Like when you're doing flower petals. Now if you look at this, that edge is more three-dimensional. It's not, it's just not something stamped on it. And it acts as a guide of putting the knife under the leather and knowing where I'm at. It really takes the shape. So now, any other questions? I got to blow dry this to dry it now for y'all. Scoot poot on the inside. Feeling lucky again, huh, Scoot? I do have one feature I'm going to show you tonight. This is my logo stamp here, Backwoods Leather. Established in 2000. Handcrafted by Gordon J. Holman. I'll stamp that on the back. But you can stamp it. I got a press here that I press it in with. Or I have a tool here that's plugged in, and I control the heat here. It has a dial on it from 1 to 10. I'll put it at about 8 and let it heat up. This is a stamping iron. So there's a stud on there, and you just screw every stamp that you get made from who I get them from has the screw on. And I bought this from them, the same guy that makes my stamps. So then you just screw this on here like this. It's not turned on yet. But I'll brand this one for y'all just to show you how it's done. Get that on there nice and tight. That'll heat up, and I get that perfect temperature. I'll brand it. So anyways, I'm going to get the blow dryer out now. It's a brand or stamp. Yeah, it's both. So now you see when I go to cut this out after I dry it, I'll give myself let me see. I'll give myself about 3/8. And I'll go around it like this. And that's what I'll cut out after I dry it. I'll do it again once I get it dry. So my stitching will be closer to that, and when I stitch it, it'll make it a little bit tighter. So let me get the blow dryer out. Auto dim settings. What's auto dim settings? On my YouTube channel here? in my settings on my cell phone. $150 smasher. Oh yeah, I know. I got to do that. My laptop, I keep having to turn it back on. Auto dim settings. It's probably in settings, right? Let me see here. Settings. Auto dim. Yeah, I gotta set that. Hold on, people. That would be under display, I believe, in settings. Come on, let's go. System. Display. Scale, display resolution, display orientation, multiple displays, graphics, just brightness. That ain't it. The first giveaway will probably be about an hour. Night light off, on, off, no. System brightness, I can't figure that out. Where's it at? Hold the Windows key and the letter 1. Okay. I'm not too savvy on this shit, y'all. The Windows key and 1. There we go. Copilot. It says Copilot. Hey, how can I help? Auto dim. Today. Auto dim. No, I don't know. AW Construction 1. What are we talking about? Cool. Thanks, AW. Thanks, Justin. Louis. Windows key and the letter I. The letter I. Windows key and I. It's not happening here. Windows key and the letter I. There we go. Display. Brightness. Okay, I'm in system display. What do I hit now? And then power and sleep. What? Click system. Okay. Now what? I click system. Power and sleep. Activation, multitasker, storage, focus. It should be in display, right? Uh, so we got display here, sound. I'm clicking on display here. Brightness, nightlight, HDR. Okay, yeah, I'll do it afterwards. I'm gonna get the. I'll get it. I'll get it sooner or later. Okay. Get this plugged in. Hit the like button, you slackers. Tell them ground fault. Now you can wait for this to dry overnight if you weren't rushing it, but I'm doing this for the video purposes or the live stream, and I'm giving it away. So I'm cutting along that line I made with the scribers, with the protractor. I'm going to make it shorter anyway, so now we can get rid of that. See the inside of it there now. Okay, it's pretty much dry, folks. Oh, I unplugged everything. Okay. Now, hear that? It's hard now. So now, I need to find another piece of leather. Here's a cell phone cover I made for one of my old phones. My logo. I hydro dipped the leather with dye. My buddy passed away, and that's his business logo, and infinity was this thing he has tattooed on himself. And my logo. So, if I can find another piece of leather here. Now, I'm going to trace this out. This is going to get cut a little shorter, but it's got to be glued together with some extra leather, so I can make essentially like a pouch out of it. More of a pouch, so it's easier to pull the knife out. I'll cut this out. Okay, it's better to be a little bit big. Okay. See what size I need here. When this goes on a belt, the belt loop's going to be in the middle here, so now you can pull your knife out of here easier. Gives you more for your thumb to grab onto. So I'll knock these corners down a little bit. I tell you what, man. Okay. I'm going to dry this a little more. Well, okay. About the buck 110. Up until about the early 80s, might have been a little bit earlier, Buck decided to switch from 440C because guys were complaining it was hard to sharpen and keep sharpening in the field and to resharpen in the field. So they switched to the 428C, which made it much easier to sharpen, quicker to sharpen in the field, and would hold the razor's edge. Now, specifically, them knives ain't designed to be going and cutting bolts. That was just the ad campaign that Buck held against their heat treating when they first started with that 440C. And with the Boss heat treating system, it's nobody's really better. They're the leader in the industry on it. But with the 420, the newer Buck 110s, you could sharpen them quickly in the field. They were more that of a high carbon steel like 1095, 1084. And two, it was basically designed to be like a folding hunter. I mean, guys could use in the field, and collapse it and have more room for other things instead of carrying a big bulky fixed blade on them, they would say. The more compact you are going in the field, the more people were liking it, and that's what they loved about this knife when it came out. Even the farmhands, the farmers, At the time, the only thing comparable to this was the full-size case oddbuster. But it didn't lock. And this just took it to a whole different level. But with the 428C, you can sharpen it quick, you can get a razor's edge on it, and it'll do a perfect job hunting in any task you need to do in a field. It's not about how well it keeps an edge on it. It's edge geometry. Geometry is everything when it comes to cutting. With the hollow grind in the 17.5 degrees on that bevel, on that cut edge, it made child's play out of skinning animals and working on the farm. Okay, how's this look? Now what I need to do is edge around here, and then I need to put the strap on the back for the wearer. And get my edging tool. Once again, folks, Deep South Cutlery and Outdoors. Every Thursday night I'm on the auction. You'll see me there buying knives, and truly a great blend of coffee. I love it. It's my go-to now, and it's all I drink. Cheers. Okay, I'll edge this here. Okay. I'll let that sit a bit. Now I need to get the strap put on the back. Before I do that, I'm going to put my logo on it and show you how I brand it. So we'll wait for this to heat up. Come on, man. I'm so sick of this computer. All right. So I got to get this belt strap sewn on before I can sew it together. I can't have it in the way of where I'm going to stitch my sheath together. So I got to cut it back. Let me see something else here. I got a better idea. Maybe got one better one. How about this? We're going to put this in it. On the back of it instead. I think the turkey with the most feathers is you, Chesney Moon. My custom heat stamps, Edwin, is LSM, leatherstampmaker.com. So, the thing here now is I got to make a pocket to put this in. If I'm going to use this. Okay, and if I do that, I might as well make this 3 layers. If I have another piece of leather. It's going to be stout. Get this as deep area as I can get it. Or to the top of the belt, I should say, as I can get it. Okay. Now I'm not going to be able to. I guess I can. No. Yeah, I can. The logo on the bottom of it for y'all. What's going to happen here now is this. Is going to get riveted on there. Like this. And it'll get cut just like that. So I got 3 layers going together here. Okay. All right. And that, all 3 of these will get sewn together at the same time. It'll be thick, but it'll look nice. I'll round the corners off really nice. And Yeah, okay. So I need to cut a slot in here for that other part. There we go. I get my slot cutter. Find the one I need. I think it's this one here. Nope. That one there will do it. Okay, I've seen Knife Monkey or Arizona ADC. Well, actually, no, it's just you, Justin. Want to do a giveaway? Okay. You know, this will go on here like this. And see that thing there? That'll sit on there like that. And now this thing gets riveted on. Let me get this lined up. See how it all looks together. Yeah, Zippos do. Did you get your Zippo yet? So, this should be warm. Feels like it is. Let's do a test trial here. The rules. The rules are only one number. You can only pick a number once. Okay. I'm going to write down a number from 1 to 100. And you're going to guess the number. But you only get one guess. Okay? No ties. If somebody gets the number, watch the numbers go down. If somebody gets the number before you and you don't catch it, you're not going to win anything. So pay attention to who puts the numbers down and pick a number they haven't. Okay? And I ship only to the United States, and I will ship to Canada. That's it. But Louis giving the knife away, so it's up to him if he wants to ship to Canada or not. He's going to do the all black Bantam, and I'm going to do the camel one at the end of the show, at the end of this live. But this is the Bantam he's giving away in black. Okay? His is all black with the stainless blade. Same exact knife. And I'm giving away this camel. Never used. Yeah, your number will be erased if you choose the same numbers as somebody else. So pay attention to what you're doing. So let me go get a piece of paper and write the number down. Okay, I wrote it down. Go. Give me a number. Pay attention, folks. 1 to 100. Pay attention. Numbers wrote down. Closest one to the number will win it. That's the black Bantam. And I'll let Knife Monkey say when it's time's up. When Knife Monkey says time's up. That's fine. Well, I don't know. You got to be present to win. Closest number will get it. Nobody guesses it. $37's already picked, Victor. Better pick again. One to 100. You're playing for Jedi Jim? Well, then the other fellow can play for his buddy then. Fair is fair. Everybody in? Only one number. Second numbers will be deleted. Oh, man. There's my brand. A little deep right there, but oh well. Brown sugar. 30-second. Pick your number. 1 to 100. 30 seconds. Come on. Nobody gets it. Closest number to it. Stop. Time's up. You said 37, but somebody else picked 37, so. You got to pay attention to the rules. Okay, let me see here. 37 was Chesney Moon. First numbers chosen was started with Charlie Cook at 72. And the last number picked was Dwayne Letterman. No, not Dwayne. James P. 44. Okay, so now let me go up to the winning number here. Where is he at? Here's the winning number. 35. I tried to draw it backwards, but that didn't work. Oh, I'm on the front facing camera now, like not like yesterday. 35. 35. 37 is the winner. It's closest number, Chezzy Moon. Congrats, Chezzy. You won the first knife giveaway. Chezzy Moon Workshop won the first knife. He got the black Buck Bantam from SC Knife Monkey. Okay, there's my pocket for this clip. I think the metal clip will be a lot nicer. I'll get a little more spring in that. You all want to wait a little longer for the next knife giveaway? You want to do it right away? Okay, now I got to glue these together. Yep, you picked 37. And then you came about 3 picks later and put 37. So, rules are rules. The lucky dog's going to get this. I charge about $95 for one of these sheaths. You can get 3 of them knives for $95. Okay, let me get some glue out here now. Here's what I use, Eco Weld. You can use the contact cement too, but now I'm going to scuff up this backside. But first, I gotta rivet that thing. It kind of covers up a little bit of my logo, but not much. Okay. Email Justin your information, Jesse. He's the one giving the knife away. He's gonna take care of that. When I give mine away, I'll give you all my email. I'd say I'm about a half an hour or so out from finishing this sheath enough to give it away. About an hour. Hope none of y'all in a hurry. Let that dry a little bit. You can see how well it does that brand. I put the stencil a little too deep on the right on my, that's my last name, Holman. Gordon J. Holman. Everything else is perfect. And then I riveted this on that. There's a slide here, it keeps it from sliding, and the rivet really nails it. Well, Edwin, Harold, we just want to be a little better than the competition, you know what I mean? People love their giveaways. I'm on several YouTube channels myself for them every week, 2, 3. I've won 3 knives from Deep South already. The more you play, the more you can win. The thing that separates me from the rest of the channels is I do everything with knives. I just don't show them off. Anybody can show them off. And I do everything with leather. And I like to show it. Oh yeah. I mean, that's a branding. I mean, it's burnt on there. I mean, if I'm going to antique finish on the flesh side, the other side, then I'd antique and it would dye the, crevices and whatnot. Now, I just glue the 2 of these together, right where they belong. Okay. Makes it stick real good. Now this will get glued to that and everything will get sewn together. I'm sorry, I have it backwards. This will get sewn to that and be ready to go. But while I'm at it, I might as well guide my edges on this. make it look a little nicer along the edge here. I can assure you, ain't too many people make it like this. But these clips are nicer than the leather straps that can wear down on you, right? When I glue this together, then I'll punch my holes. And then I'll shave this down to the final size. So now, smell it. Thomas, what's Thomas saying? Can you show us your buck knife? Yeah, it's just a custom mod I did with the carved spine, you know, rocker lock. I got, you know, I've got several of them in my case. I'll show you when I'm done here that I've done. So I got to get this skived here now. Surface is on the flush side is being scratched so that the glue has something better to bond with. Not really skiving, it's just roughing the surface, I guess. There we go. Now I can put some glue on it. I'm not going to bore you all with me stitching it together, but it'll be, last step I do is stitch it together. Everything will be glued together and dyed, so you'll see it done other than the stitching in it. And then when I'll stitch it after I'm live tonight, and send it off. I'll tell you what color thread I'm using. It's probably gonna be black. I might even airbrush this one with my air gun. You got to put the glue on both pieces. Let it tack up. I do custom bucks. They're not cheap. Last two I made were pine cone scale ones. You can see them in a video on my channel. They go for $375 and up. That's if I buy the knife. If I don't buy the knife, $275 and up. And up means if I put mammoth tooth on it, price goes up $75. It's the most expensive scales you can put on a blade, on a knife handle. You know what I mean? On average, the handles are $40, but the mammoth tooth is 100, 120, depending on where you're getting it from. If you want to look at prices on them, go to Kyle Noseworthy's page. He's actually the one that I learned how to do the custom jobs on the bucks 4 years ago. I decided to do the bucks. Yeah, I'll stitch it last, but it probably won't be live. You'll see it, all the holes in it. If you want to see me stitching, I've got videos on my YouTube channel. I don't want to bore you with it, but I'll have all the finished color on it. Stitching is the last thing I do. I don't color it after I stitch. I color it before I stitch. So you'll see the finished product minus the stitching. Oh, I bet he does. Cal, yeah. I got to go check out his channels. He got a YouTube channel, right? Oh, Arizona EDC. No, came from Smoky Mountain Knife Works. That way, just 2 slots in the back with the clip pushed through. What are we talking about, Jedi Jim? My old Jedi solution is duct tape and E6000 glue. We'll see how that holds up. I lost the conversation. I have a Zippo sheath with the metal clip, but it's not riveted. Pulls out too easy, and the boogers. Yeah, you got to get the clips that rivet in, Jim. Whoever makes these, you know what I mean? There's a fine example. That thing will never pull out, ever. And this won't come apart because I'm stitching all the way across and down and up. All right, now, before I glue this together, I got to stick my knife in here. Try not to get glue on it. And I like to curl a little bit on one side before I stick it down, and that makes it a little bit looser because when I stitch it, it's going to be tight, but it's leather and it'll break itself in. So get my hammer. This is the tack hammer. Bonds the glue better. Gets the air bubbles out and makes it 100% contact. Okay, now that's ready. I'm going to mark in where my holes are going to go, my stitching. So I'm going to put these, I go on a slight angle away from the leather and pound it. Where's my other hammer? I'm just marking them with this. And since there's 3 layers, I'll drill this on the drill press. I use a 1/16 inch bit and drill through all 3 layers on the drill press. This is marking where I got to drill, see? And after I do this, I can cut out the edges, finish the edges, and dye it so you all can see it finished. Who's gonna be the lucky dog tonight, huh? Big Jim? Big Jim Barlow's here. Another knife giveaway, Jim. Better stick around. And you might be the lucky man to win this buck 110 knife sheath I'm making. Molded knife sheath. So like I said, this is just laying out where I got to drill on the drill press. Okay, that's ready to be drilled. I'll drill that off camera. Like I said, I'll drill it and stitch it. But right now, we're going to get it done, get it dyed. Like I said, it's leather, so it'll stretch. But now I can finish these edges real nice. So what I'm going to do, once again, if I can find it, and it's right here, I'm going to mark this where I want to cut this down now, which is about 3/16 from where I'm stitching. So I just go along here nice and patiently. Big Jim's got the Deep South coffee, I bet. You drinking your coffee tonight, Jim? Okay, and you see that line I scribed all the way around it? I'm going to cut the leather to that. Looking for a Barlow. I'll show you my new Barlow, Big Jim. I ran out of room on this box. But there she is in the middle. I got some lag time on my computer here. Right there. I got two. I have 3 case Barlows now. Ain't much, but you know, I got, like I said, over 1,000 knives. So sell them all for case, right? No, not gonna happen. But yeah, I finally got this 2 weeks later from Deep South. You see my video, I did a review on it. I don't think I posted it yet. I'm gonna have to. But it's a sweet knife. I love it. This is a double blade. I was surprised, no gaps. Got the double X ribbon on there, right there. And 4 dots are missing, so let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Looks like 5X is missing. Oh no. This was all dots on this year. 2025, brand new. And this is the first one I got a few weeks back from Deep South. Single blade Barlow in jig bone. Love it. Of course, I got the big Barlow, my oldest Barlow I got from Case 1970. Granddaddy. Okay, time to cut this. Big Jim, Deep South coffee, brother. I love it. In the house. I keep stocked and supplied. Cheers. I don't try to complete any set from any knife manufacturer. I just buy what I like at the time. My collection adds up as I go. I don't really care to have everything of everything. Now, I'm cutting along that line I scribed. She's almost done, folks. I'll be giving it away here in about 20 minutes. Maybe 30. Appreciate you sticking around and waiting for it. Never know who's going to win it. Every Sunday, come on back and win you something. We got the knife giveaway. I got a knife giveaway too after this. Try to do this without cutting your fingers off, folks, okay? 3 layers of leather here, so it takes a little bit of effort. As you can see, it's coming along here now. It's thick, but is it nice? You got some leather here, boys and girls. It's probably about 15 ounces thick. Got a crack in my board there. Time to get me another cheap cutting board from Amazon. That's all you need. And you gotta have a granite top. You can get them free at any granite installation company. They got cut-offs, scraps in the shop. Just go there and ask, and they'll be glad to give you one for nothing. Okay, there you go. See how I trimmed it? Now I'm going to take it to the bandsaw real quick and hit these edges. And then I'll round them over, you know, I'll edge them, and it'll be ready for dyeing. They're actually slicking. Be right back. Okay, I hope that didn't wake up my wife. I think she's just about going to bed now. But you can see here now, I got the edges nice and sanded. And now I'll round them over with the bigger edging tool. This is the widest one I got. It's an 1/8 inch. These 3 layers are pretty thick, so you want to round it over pretty nice. There we go. You can see it just cutting that leather at like a 45-degree angle away from where I'm sewing. Gives you that professional looking rounded over edge. Both sides. Okay. You can see I rounded my edges over all the way around. Get them nice and uniform there. Here's the back side. There's the front. Now you can see that. I got a little piece there I gotta nip off. There we go. Now I can slick it. Some water. A little piece of solid black walnut slicking tool here. So I just take my finger here and put a little water on the edges just like that. You don't have too much on there because it'll be a little soggy. Just enough. A little bit around. Okay. Now, this makes the edges nice and glossy. And when I dye them, they look nice and smooth. Okay, steady hands. Bro, Patrick's leaving. Okay, see you, Patrick. If I miss you, good night, Patrick. Never had an LB7? I got one here for you. I'm not giving it to you. You can buy it if you want, Justin. $300 for the knife, or 3 bullet knives worth $300 will be yours. See how glossy it makes that? And when I go to dye it, it'll be nice, and I'll put some token all on there. It's an edging acrylic finish that really makes it shine and look nice. Okay, suggestions. What color you want me to dye this? Red, blue, green, turquoise and black, or just tan? I think I'm just going to leave it this natural color, put oil on it, and then acrylic finish, and then I'll antique the carving. I think I'm just going to do that. Good old antique finish there. All right. Like I said, I'll stitch this off the line, but you'll see it finished here in a second. I'm almost done with it. Oop, knife's backwards. It's going to be tight until it works in. Once I sew it up. And you got the 2 grooves here for the fingers to pull up on it. That's it. Now, everything's slick. Basically almost ready for me to punch out and sew, but like I said, I'm going to do that off camera for y'all. For whoever wins it. You want to see me sewing the saddle stitch, you can go on another video that I put up. Thanks, Evan. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, brown antique looking. I'm gonna put the acrylic on this. I'm not even gonna do the light brown. That is brown. I think the antique in there. I got a black and a brown antique. I'll put the brown antique in here to make these borders pop nice. So I'll get the acrylic finish now. One thing I didn't do is I didn't do the edges up here. But I'll do these all again after I sew it. $375, whoever wants it. LB7 with the rare birch burl. This is similar to the knife doctor had on that new knife he got. He didn't know what the knife was today in his video, and I told him in his video. But it's a birch burl. Getting rare over there in Finland, in Eastern European countries. And this is all hand carved with a vine pattern on it. Blades untouched. Uncle Henry, LB7. $375 takes it. That'll probably fit in here too, I bet. Yeah, a little tight. Yeah, the buck's at home. Oh yeah, okay. Now, before I disturb this too much, I'm going to put some acrylic finish on it. This will show you the final color before I antique it. Stitch it tonight, huh? I might stitch it. I got time, I guess. It's night's still young. That's the last thing I do, though. See, if you stitch it first and then you dye it and antique it and all that, you change the color of the thread. Especially if you have a black thread, that's fine. You can stitch it right away and then dye it. But where is my... How about I give it away and then stitch it, right? This is an acrylic sealer, Resolene, that allows me to put antique on it for the for all the carving. This will darken it a little bit. Give it more of that classic brown finish that you see on all the new case pocket folding sheaths. But there you go. I think that's beautiful. Natural brown. Let that dry up here for a second. I'll accelerate it with the blow dryer. Tell all your friends, all your YouTubers, all the channels you're on, when you're live elsewhere, every Sunday night it's free giveaway. Watch it be made and have a chance to win it. I'm going to put a Resolene or a token on the edges after I dye the edges a different color. So most likely the edge is going to be dark brown. Okay, where's my lid for this? Don't that look beautiful? It'll all pop now once this dries and I get the antique on it. You know what? Yeah. Okay. Hit this with the dryer a little bit. Okay, whenever you wet and mold leather, it really makes it like hardens it up, you know what I mean? And then when you put this acrylic resin on it, it really does. Now, a year or so down the road, if you want to wax her up and everything else, you know, you can, no problem. But, let's try fitting these other buck 110s in here that I modified. Here's when I carved the spine with the let me get this light back up here. There we go. Carved the spine on that one. This is the finger groove one. I put brown burlap micarta on it for scales, but it fits in there nicely. And this one here, clear epoxy, real gold, 14 karat gold fleck in there. And you can see the pins through the light. And you can see the glow, all the gold floating around in there. This one here, same thing, vine, but I went down the blade with it too. I've made many more, but they've been sold and gone. A couple in California, one in Nevada, Las Vegas. Got one in New York, a couple in Chicago. Done lots of them. So anyways, time for some antique. Now, I ran out of brown, so I'm going to have to do it in black. But you'll see how nice it looks with the black even. This is when I use a diver. And then this is going to be the finished look other than stitching it, so. But, you know, hey, you get a buck 110, right? They got black ebony handles, right? So, this will go along real nice with a buck 110. Just got to antique the top. That's the only place that I carved it. So make sure you smear it real good in them grooves. I'll get it on there real thick. Seth. Is that the Seth from Deep South? Are you in here, Seth? Love the coffee, baby. Cheers. Barlow Brigade Jim, you still in here? Did he go to bed already? I want him to tell the boys at Deep South they need to be watching me. Now just give me a cotton cloth and wipe her down. In fact, I'll put the knife back in here. And since I wet molded over this knife, I will be cleaning the knife and oiling it back up again. Trying to get that antique and that cut pattern that I did. So it stays in there. It's not going to cover it all these stamps, or some of it's shallow. But you just get it best you can. When I mold it, it stretches the leather and it won't take all of it. When I do this on something that ain't stretched like this, it goes fairly deep and it looks nicer. But you can still see the outlines pretty good. And I'll let that dry. That's a finished sheath, folks. First, not completely finished. I'm going to do the edges yet. There should be. Okay. Okay, he's ready for the giveaway on this. This is what I use for antiquing. Phoebing's black antique finish. You can get it all different colors in the race. First, I wanted to color the edges. Let me get the dye for that. Double tap. It turned out awesome, buddy. All right, thanks, Jim. How you enjoying your Boker keychain knife that I made you, bud? I couldn't get the snap back in the blades. It was a booger. This really sets it off. Congrats in advance. Just might be you, Mark. That's looking nice. That's looking so nice. Since I put the resin on it, I can't do anything else to it. Now, I'll blow dry that, and it's a done deal. I'll do the stitching after I raffle it off. Get any excess off of here. I'll let that dry a while. There she be. I'm still yet to split the edges with tokenol, they call it. That'll make it look like glass. I'll put tokenol on it, and then I'll heat up some wax and put wax on there, and then I buff it with denim jeans, and it gives it a real nice shiny sheen. Just a few tricks to share with you all. But yeah, after I stitch it together, it'll draw everything tight together again, and then I'll probably slick it one more time with the token all, like I said, and that'll be it. Okay. Shoot, I thought it looked great before an antique, but man, it really sharp now. Yeah. I mean, the antiquing brings out all the, all the carving and everything, all the detail. But like I said, since I stretched it, some of the petals you can't make out. But it's a unique, one-of-a-kind piece in itself. And after I stitch it, these edges will draw tighter together, and then I'll slick it again and put that token all on there, and it'll be like glass all the way around the edges. Doesn't get any better than that, folks. So here we go. I'm going to get a piece of paper and write the number down. From 1 to 100. Don't go until SC Knife Monkey says go. But I'm going to pick a number from 1 to 100. I want you to pick a number from 1 to 100. You can only guess one time. And watch who's putting numbers down, and don't pick what they got. Okay? Or you'll be asked one time to change your number. And if you don't change your number, your number that's the same will be deleted. Okay, so when Justin's ready, I'm writing the number down now. Not yet, Justin. Let me think. Okay, numbers wrote down. Now, why did my... Okay, yeah, the numbers wrote down. When Justin's ready. 1 to 100, pick a number. This is for the sheath. Are you here, Justin? If Justin's sleeping, then Arizona EDC will call it. Say 1, Arizona. Okay, I guess everybody's doing it now anyways. All right, 71, 21, 24, 76, 61. Okay, watch people's numbers go down. Don't get the same number now. Closest number gets it. We got 276s. Dan, pick another number. This. Stop. Yep. Okay. So Logic, Barlow Brigade, Dan Edwards, they're allowed in it. They've been here all this time, right? If you haven't liked my post yet, my live feed, go ahead and like it. You gotta like my live stream tonight to get the sheath. All right, all the numbers are in, right? I explained them first. What was you sleeping? I asked you to start the drawing and you were sleeping. You must have went and got some French fries or something, huh? The rules were explained, right, folks? Dan, did you pick another number? I'm going too fast. I read the rules first, Justin. I read them first. I'm not going too fast. Okay. You got 99 up there? Okay. Yeah, a lot of people didn't wait for us. You want to do? No, no. I mean, no. I'm not going to do it over. The numbers are the numbers. Because if I do it over, the people that were closest to it are going to be mad if they didn't get it. So, okay. Let me see the numbers. The numbers are in. I'm checking through the numbers real quick. Making sure there's no duplicates. So far, so good. I'm scrolling through the numbers. Okay, I see you're 99, Dan. All right, you got back in. Okay. All right. Here is the number, folks. Closest number to it gets it. Number 2. And the closest number to number 2 was 7, I believe, by Philip W. Or am I wrong? Redraw. You want me to redraw? Okay, you know what? I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but let's make it, since it's a costly prize, let's make it, you got to guess the number. Not close. That's only fair. Somebody's got to get the number. I mean, you know. Number 2 gets to Raw Dog the sheath. Raw Dog had 2. I didn't see no 2. Did you guys? Justin and Louis? No, I didn't see no 2. We're going to do this again. Guess the number. All right. How many people we got on this? Less than 50? I'll make it easier. I'll pick a number from 1 to 50. When Justin, Arizona, when Arizona says start. Let me write it down first before you start them, Arizona. Nope, don't pick the number yet. Don't pick the number yet. Wait till Arizona says start. Okay, the number's picked. Whenever you're ready, Arizona, you hit start. Yeah, if you're not 18 or older, you're not going to get the knife. We will check your profile. If you're out of the country, you won't get the knife. Or the sheath. 1 to 50. Pick a number. 1 to 50. Whenever Justin says start. Don't pick a number before he says start. You tell him. Tell him to start, EDC. Arizona EDC. Not yet? Okay. Not yet, Dan. We have 100 people in here, but there's like 30 people gave me a number, and that was it. So if there's 100 people and they're not talking, they got to be present. They got to show themselves on my feed in order to win. If you haven't made a comment, haven't shared my post, and you haven't liked my post, you're not going to win. That's how everybody else does it. I'm all here. Okay? So, how many's in here? 98 people, and only 30, 40 guys are commenting. You gotta be present. You gotta make a comment here. You gotta make a comment here. You gotta like my post and share it. Like my live and share it. I got another giveaway coming up after this one. Okay, so are we gonna have more than 50? Justin? Closest without going over. Okay. Now it's closest without going over. Just go 1 through 50. That's what I'm saying. There ain't going to be 50 people putting numbers down, I guarantee you. There ain't 50 people commenting. They haven't commented yet. They're out of it. So 1 to 50, whenever Justin's ready. Or Louis. Closest without going over. Okay. Start it off when you're ready, Arizona. All right, start. Tell them when to stop, Arizona. Let them go. Let them go till we get like 10 seconds in between numbers. It's time to stop. But I'm gonna check. If you haven't liked my live stream, you haven't shared it. And you haven't, there you go. Start liking. Share it and make sure you're subscribed. A bunch of pick 27. Well, the first person that pick 27 was Jedi Knives. So Jedi Knives stands with 27. The rest of you's got to pick. That means Lewis Carl, pick. I'm going to delete the ones that are doubled. If your number gets deleted, you know you picked the same number as Jedi Jim. Jedi got 27 first. Ten seconds. All right, time. That's it. No more numbers. If you copied somebody's number, didn't put it down yet, you're out. Fair is fair. So I'm going through the numbers here real quick. I'm going to check the number. Closest to without going over. Okay. It looks to me without going over, the closest number is 34. Am I wrong, guys? Let my moderators go through with me. Mark Matznick, are you 18 years of age and in the United States? Number 34 was closest, or is there a closer number than that? Here's the number. 39. Oklahoma way over 18. Laughing out loud. What? 90 folks in chat, and at 1 to 50, too much lag and too many Chiefs. Well, Barlow, we got 2 moderators here. Just 2 people, including myself. They look over my rules. They agree or disagree. We do this together. Mark has 34. Let me look at Mark. My moderators are going through too. Like I said, I could miss something and my moderators catch it. Mark has 34. That's what I said. He's closest without going over. Am I correct? Knife Monkey and Arizona EDC are my 2 moderators. To me and to my 1 moderator, USA only. That's right. I said that. You got to be in the United States. I'm not paying $25, $30 for shipping. Is Mark? Where are you from, Mark? I'm going to write down my contact info. There it is. There's my email, gmanh1965@gmail.com. Send me your name and address to ship it to you. Just don't send me your address. I need your name too. Thank you. Now, I'm going to do one more giveaway. Might as well get that over with. Up next is this camouflage Bantam buck. USA made Bantam buck. Marks a solid, good. Well, you know, just then let me make the rules. Listen to what I say. I mean, I couldn't have been more clear when I said it. So here's the rules. Arizona EDC is going to say start. When he says start, don't put down a number till he says start. You got to be 18 or older and live in the United States to win. Okay? When Arizona says start, then you put your number down. And I'm going to go for this buck knife 1 to 50 again. Don't put them down until you see Arizona say start. And then when he says stop, it's over. Okay? So when I start seeing more than 5 seconds in between the numbers, or Arizona sees it. No, Shredder, you don't say start. Arizona says start. So, and I'm going to check. If you haven't liked and shared my live stream, you're going to disqualify yourself. And if you just come in here like Shredder and start saying stuff, you're not going to be entered. You have to live in the USA, 18 years of age. Okay, that's all said and done. Now, here's 1 to 50. When Arizona EDC says start, we'll start. Okay, let me write the number down first. Until I write the number down first, let me cross out these two numbers. Here's the 2. Here's the 39 we just drew. I'm going to write down another number. Okay, the numbers wrote down. When Arizona EDC is ready to start, don't put a number down until he says start. That's right, the number will be deleted. Everything that I said, Arizona's telling you right now. Must be subscribed and like the stream. Share it. I will check everything. Did Arizona say start? Yes, he did. Okay. Cool beans. Mark, got to pick again. 15. We're going to delete the ones that are coming across as double. Closest without going over. Jedi Knives had 10. Pick again. Okay, time's up. $49. 49 is the winning number. Carl Lewis or Lewis Carl. I imagine it's Carl Lewis for full name. Looks like he's closest unless somebody else got 49. Moderators are checking with me. Am I correct, moderators? Lewis Carl, 48 without going over. The number was 49. Okay, once again, I'm going to put my email in here for you to send me your information. I want your full name and your full address, please. Not full name, just your name. Don't give me your address without your name. There's my email contact right there. GManH1965. Yep, I congratulate those who played. Joe, you never win. It's all good with Joe Costello to my moderators. He's my best friend. He uses apprentice. He doesn't swear. I didn't erase it. SC did, but now that SC knows he's my best friend, he won't be doing it again, right, SC? If you write a swear word, it will be deleted. But WTF is not a swear word. That's okay. Joe Costello is my best friend here in Wilmington, Illinois. Me and him win all the fishing tournaments here. Nobody can beat us. Okay. I think I need to put my phone up. But again, I'm going to have to go back to the winners here. Lewis Carroll won the knife. Let me write this down. Moderators. I'll look it up later, but where the hell's my pen at? I'll know who won the sheath and the knife when they email me. But moderators. Lewis Carroll won the knife, right? Who's calling me? Well, the dude ain't from the United States. For the knife. So the next closest number to 49 is what? Without going over. $46 would be Charlie Cook. Am I right, moderators? I fish semi-pro, so did Joe. Bass fishing. There's a lot of professional anglers today in the circuits, in the FLW and the BASS. Me and Joe could smoke them. More than half the field, we could smoke them. We just don't have the money and the sponsors. We don't care to play the bullshit game. James, stop. What? Just remove them. Okay, moderators, who's the next closest number? Charlie Cook, right? Charlie Cook, 46. Scroll up and get my email. Charlie said the other day he never wins anything. The more you play, the more you're going to win. Congratulations, Charlie. All right, moderators, who won the sheath again? Without me scrolling up. Yeah, I mean, just like everybody else, you got to be present to win. So, are you here, Charlie? Charlie Cook. I'm going to have to pick the next closest number. He's gone. Well, if you're gone, you can't have the knife. You got to be present. I don't care if he's here or not. When I leave somebody else's live stream they're giving away, they say the same thing. You got to be present to win. It's not fair to the guys that are here. So, back to the numbers again. Charlie Cook was 46. Looks like the SC Knife Monkey, unless he wants to, he's 45. He gave away the knife I'm giving away. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm going to run this giveaway one more time for this knife. And this is it. My moderator say just, this is, you got to be present. This is it. Let me write down a number and my moderators will say go and stop after I write the number down. Crossing out the old one, writing a new one. 1 to 50. I'm ready. When the moderators are ready, I'm ready. Not yet, Steven. Okay. Range is. You got to wait for the start. You got to wait for the start. All right. Well, I guess he's telling the rules again. You got to live in the United States. 18 or older. You got to like and share the post. Blah, blah, blah. You got to be present. Exactly. 18 or over. Got to be present. Got to like and share the live feed. Got to live in the United States. All right, whenever you're ready, SC or Arizona. 1 to 50, folks. When Arizona says start. All right, start. Watch the numbers, people. Stop when he says stop. Gotta live in the United States. Gotta be 18 and like and share. I'm gonna check everything before I send it to you. And if you're not, the closest number to you is I'm gonna send it to them. Notify them. Watch the numbers, people. Only pick one. It's not hard to figure out. Scroll back through, look at all the numbers. Make sure you're not. Wow. This live feed is killing me here. All right, I'm gonna change up my camera here. I don't need to until after this is done. I looked at my phone, it's like going in circles. Okay, here's the number. Number 1. One is the winner. I don't know how everything froze up. Something's happening here. I mean, look at my computer. It's like fuzzy now. Is it fuzzy at you guys' end too? Mastombo wins again. That's two things. He won a lighter at me, and now he won this knife. Mastombo. Yes way. You had number 1. That's for the Bantam. Okay, moderators. Who won the sheath again? I mean, I'll look, but instead of scrolling up, I see Mastumbo won that, and Louis won. Lewis Carl. Is that who won? Correct? Yes? One moderator's deleting the other moderator's comment. What's up, boys? Who won? I'll just scroll up. All he's got to do is text me. You know, the more we do this, the more it's gonna get easier. I mean, it's not like we do this. We've been doing this for a long time. So I'm gonna actually get an online picker, and I'm going to write the rules down that'll come across my live stream so you all can read it. I don't want to keep repeating myself. Come on, moderators, get your shit together. Let's go. It's all in fun, but I believe Arizona's right. I mean, I'll go through my comments and I'll look at. I'm waiting for the winner email. I'm going up here to look. I'll go through my comments at the end of the night. I'll find out who won it, and if he won it, he knows he won it, so he can say something. But like I said, this is new to us. It's so, but we're doing it fair. I'll look on my emails right now. I give up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Mark won the knife too, or the knife sheath. I'll know when I get done here. I'll look at all the comments. Ain't no big deal. Let's not lose sleep over this. All right, I'm gonna put my damn phone up on a stand so y'all can see me. And turn my camera around. Hello, everyone. Let me get this up here without hanging it up. Okay. No bushcraft tonight, huh, boys? Little lag again. Little internet lag again. Yeah, I know there's gonna be lag. It's called technology. And you know what? I got a Verizon business router, so my speed's very fast. It just must be this laptop. But I'm out of coffee. Give it to the older guy. That must be you, huh, Edwin? I'm gonna go through the comments. I know who won it. And then I left my information there in a comment. Contact me. If he wasn't there to see it and he doesn't contact me, give me his email information, I will be contacting the person closest to the number without going over. I'll find out when this live's over with. But, hey, this is all new, and we're getting together what we need to do. And I really think I am going to do a video once a week, every Monday. Every Monday I'm going to do a video. So you got to subscribe, ring the bell to get the notification. And just like Deep South, I'm going to have all the rules there. Okay, so every Monday you're going to read the rules. And the new giveaways will be there Monday, just like Deep South. So we shouldn't have to tell you the rules. We'll tell you once. That's it. And if anything gets deleted, you know you broke a rule. That's all. We can't keep repeating ourselves. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have bad internet connections, and those of you watching also have a lag time too. It ain't just me. When I'm on Deep South, there's 3 people saying time, XX time at 3 different times. So everybody's computer, everybody's cell phone is on a different time from mine. Yours will never be really accurate to mine. And it's just crazy. There's lag times all around the world, depending on where you're viewing, But like I said, I'm gonna do the same thing, just like Deep South. You know the rules, people, just like Deep South says. And you'll know in advance what's gonna be given away every weekend, just like Deep South. All right, Seth. Thanks for stopping in, man. TRK for you just fine today. Well, thanks, bud. Appreciate you joining. But like I said, I'll include what's going down on Wednesday every Monday and what's going down on Sunday. Everybody will know the giveaways that we decide to give away every Monday, Wednesday, and not Monday, Wednesday and Sunday. Thanks, Dwayne. I hope you all learned something from it. Like I said, I'll get it stitched up before I send it to the person who gets it. I'm going to go through all this and find out exactly who won it. Edward, you want to order a knife from me? Buck 110 mod? What? Good night, Brian Benz. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, which knife, Edmund, would you like to order? Thanks, Bastumbo. Okay, yes, just like the one I made with the sheath. There's all kinds of options. I mean, you want the brown micarta or the burlap micarta. You want the burl on the Uncle Henry, or do you want the maple like on the book? Now I dyed this. I can dye it any color. And then the spine carved. If you want, Edwin, email me what you want, what you like. I can make the buck 110 any way you want. Price varies on how much is being done to the knife. Yeah, you like the burl from Sweden? That's the birch burl. It's a rare wood over there. It's beautiful. I'll give you my email right here in the chat log. If I can get to it, there we go. Just email me there, Edwin, and we'll talk from there. Thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping in and your support, and share my page with all your friends, and we're only going to get better, folks. You know, this is all new. You know, like I said, I'm going to have rules every Monday night. Tomorrow night, I'm going to have a video up and all the rules for both Wednesday and Sunday. Oh, kitty cat, you beautiful too, my poochie poo. Shut up. No problem, Edwin. Thanks, man. Kaylin Afla. Nice knives, though. Thanks. I get all the knives behind me. Well, a good portion of them. There's the knife vault right there. I got a bunch of them out on the bottom. That's up top. It's a mess. And I got 3 tool boxes full of pocket folders. That's mostly my fixed 6-foot cabinet with 3 shelves on it. So, let's get into a little knife talk, shall we? Got any questions? I'll be glad to answer. We can talk about knives or leatherwork or anything you want. My place is located an hour south of Chicago, Edwin. I live in the small town of Wilmington, Illinois, off old Route 66. I live about a half a mile from Route 66. I grew up a block away from Route 66, Highway 53 in Illinois. It's just off of Illinois 55 that goes north and south from Missouri to Chicago. I'm 1 hour south on I-55 south of Chicago. All right, let me get the knife, Justin. I can find where I put it. I thought I brought it over here to show earlier. I did. I'm probably going to buy me an SE Zulu, but I haven't, so I decided to make myself one. I got it. This is cut out. This is a SE Zulu. It's identical to the original because I traced around an original. But I won't make somebody else's knives and sell them, but I wanted to make myself one. This is out of 1084. And here's the fighting knife I'm doing for SC Knife Monkey. Oh, I get my kicks on Route 66, all right. I've done many nights. But I carved this today for Knife Monkey. Fine pattern. And it's got jimping for the thumb here in the fighting position down. And jimping here for the fighting position up. And then a different pattern on the blade. Now we got to cut the grind tomorrow. No buds, Class Thomas. I wasn't a SEAL. I drove them. I was a boatswain's mate, captain of their ships in the Red Sea, Desert Storm. I trained small arms with them. I had to learn all the small arm weapons that they carry in case something happened to them all. I drove the ship. I trained with SEAL Team 6 with small arms, Chesapeake Bay in West Virginia. If I want to wear their hat, I will. I got a lot of good friends in that team. No, I don't need to explain myself to nobody. I'm not here to cheer on what I did in the military. I could care less. I'm here to cheer on about knives, talk knives. Makes you feel better. I'll wear one that's more appropriate then. How's that? Better? Can you sleep at night now? You're welcome, all. I really don't talk about my military. If I knew what I knew about the military now, or then what I know now, I would have never joined. But I enjoyed it, and I'm very fortunate to make it back. And that's that. I didn't serve for you in Desert Storm. Desert Storm wasn't for you. It wasn't for your freedoms, and all the bullshit that went with it. Desert Storm was all about the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, controlling the financial securities of all the Middle Eastern countries so that they controlled the oil 100%. It was never about freedoms. It was all created a facade to make you believe that we were fighting against terrorists. We weren't. I'm pretty much ashamed what I did over there. And the IMF succeeded in taking the financial ruins of all the Middle Eastern countries because of the war, except for one country, and that's Iran. And guess who they're after now? Iran. And I don't really like to talk about military either. What I did, where I've been, it's nobody's business. You know, I don't ask people to thank me for my service. I thought I did what I was doing was right, and that's all there was. You know, we haven't had a war for our freedom since the Civil War. Everything else is a big lie. I followed orders. I followed them well. I did my job. I got out of there. But I don't want my page to be associated with the military. I mean, if you want that, go to the Knife Doctor's page. You know, Kevin would be more than happy to talk about his military services to you. Because I don't really want to. I'm really ashamed of what I did for who I done it for. And I got some buddies that lost their lives, and I just don't like talking about it. So, anyways, we gonna talk about knives here, or what? You got any questions about knives or leather work, anything like that? I don't want to talk military, and I don't want to talk politics. Man, I need something to drink. You can see I haven't had a cigarette in about 2 hours. I'm starting to quit more and more. Yep, that's right. So the pocket drop. My favorite knife I own is Buck Elk Dagger. Hold on a second. I gotta put these away. Did you say my favorite fixed blade? Show your pocket drop. I'll show that too. This is the favorite knife I own. It's in the sheath here. I got a video of it. You can see a short Buck limited edition elk dagger by custom shop Wild Bill Cody for Buck. This is number 65 of 250. It's all silver plated, hand carved elk stag. It's got a brass, sterling silver, and bronze bolster. You see the buck stamp there on the top. The whole blade is silver coated, and it's a dagger. That's my favorite knife of all that I have. Plus, too, it's sentimental values. My wife bought it for me for my anniversary. Once in a while, one will pop up on eBay. You might get it for about $800 to $900. Here's my pocket drop. Slim. Okay. I designed this, and then I just finalized the sheath style that I'm going to have. And this is going to be it. And it's going to come, when I sell them, they're going to come with a lanyard. So you can make a neck knife out of it, take the ulti clip off. But it goes in your pocket here. I originally had the ulti clip on this side, but it was in the way of the blade, so I put it over here. But it's essentially a little bit bigger and a little bit wider sod buster. It's one of my favorite knives, sod buster, working knife. And I've always wanted a sod buster fixed and never got one, so this is it. I designed one. Like I said, it's a little bit wider than a sod buster junior and a little bit longer than a sod buster junior. It's not the full size sod buster. It fits nicely in your pocket here. Ulti clip. Boom. So I got 100 being cut out next month from a guy. He's going to have them sent to me. 100 blades. They come like this with or without scales on them. And if I do scales, they're only going to be about 3/16 thick. I want to keep this as slim as possible. It'll come with a lanyard on it, the sheath, and or no scales, and the whole knife will be Cerakote finished to match the sheath. That's my plan. It's in the making, and I'm going to make it happen and start selling these. The basic, no carving on the spine like I did this one. This is for Arizona EDC. That's extra. That will cost you $40 more. But they'll start at $120. And that'll be with the sheath in the stone wash finish. Okay. If you want $120. If you want, it'll be $130. If you want them with the Cerakote finish throughout the match sheath. Carved, you're looking at probably $160. I'm gonna get my prices down on it, what I think is fair. But that's the final look. And like I said, there'll be a lanyard here. You can take this ulti off and use it as a neck knife too. It'll come with the neck lanyard and the ulti clip. This is my fighting knife here. It's got jimping here, and then when you turn it around, it's got the jimping here. I just put them on tonight, and then I carved it for them. That's for the SC Knife Monkey. It's got the vine pattern on it. When this is done, My sheath is in prototype now too. But it's going to come with a Velcro strap, so you can strap it around anyway, anyhow, on your uppers, belt, front, back, you name it. Velcro will securely go around your belt on any side of your body. But and then this is the shape of the sheath. Thumb ramp. This is the knife right here. It'll come with any scaled material you want. You can custom order them. It's 1095 high carbon. It'll take a beating. It'll sharpen easy and razor sharp. This is stone wash finish. Basic knife right here, 240 with wood. And the sheath with the Velcro strap. You can get the sheath in any color you want. You can go all blackout, blackout G10 micarta, black DLC coated blade, or just stone washed. Options vary. Cerakote. I'm going to get set up for the Cerakote, and I got a guy that builds custom AR-15s now in the adjoining town, and he's got an actual shop for doing that and Cerakote finishing the guns and pistols and everything else. And he's going to do my blades now. And he can put any pattern on your blades. If you get a big survival knife from your bushcraft knife or something like that, he can Cerakote finish skulls on it. The guy's good. So, or you can order a knife hand pounded by me. That's made from a pipe wrench with a pounded finish. And it's sharp as a dickens. And it's got some weight to it. I'd say this thing's about almost a pound. But it's horizontal carry. Pretty cool. I like it. I like that better personally. What's that? The pipe wrench knife? Hello, Greg from Australia. What up, mate? That you're from Australia. I gotta wear my Australian bush hat that I made too. I made the headband on it too. My Outback hat from down under. Yeah, I make these hats custom. I do custom Harley seats and a lot of upholstery work here in my shop. I got a 56 Chevy Bel Air in here now. I did the back seat. Now I'm doing the door panels. Thanks, Greg. To Australia I can, but I gotta check prices. It's not gonna be cheap. I know that. I don't send knives overseas because customs will take them, and I don't want to disappoint you. This is just veg tan. I make them out of oil tan too. This is one I made out of oil tan. This is probably the oldest one I got. Made this out of oil tan years ago. Yeah, I can send you a hat. Just go in my YouTube channel, subscribe to it, and leave a comment. I got my links in my profile for my email. My email is in my profile. You can contact me there if you want personally. I'm just gonna have to quit wearing my military hat so people don't ask me about what I did and done and everything else. Everybody's all supportive and gun ho about the military. It's the biggest waste of money. We spend 10 times more than China and Russia combined. I mean, just anymore, I'm ashamed of what's going on in this country. The banks are destroying our money and they're draining our wealth. They own Washington, they own Wall Street. They decide who wins and loses everything. But I'm not going to talk politics, so let's get off that. You know, everybody says, "Oh, we need a bigger military." No, we don't. We don't need 1.3 trillion going to our military so 1,800 private contractors can make weapons for us for war, where 80% of them never get to the battlefield. It's just all a con. Almost $1 trillion gets lost to the Pentagon, and yet everybody will bitch about a few billion here, a few billion there, for a few billion illegals, or for few billion money being spent on illegals. But the American people just has no clue what everything's costing them, what's costing them the most. It's like I quit talking politics and you know military and all that shit on Facebook, and I'm not going to do it here on YouTube anymore. So this will probably be the last time you'll hear me talk about it. This country's being destroyed by the banks. You know, Kennedy tried to stop him, and they took him out. And then now we got this other bozo saying he's going to drain the swamp, and he ain't telling y'all who the real swamp is. It's the banks. He ain't going to stop him either. Kennedy couldn't, and what is Kennedy that's in there now? Is his son or his brother? I don't know. I don't pay attention anymore. Yes, I make leather cases. I can make a Zippo, and then this one's my case for my leather I use. It's essentially brass knuckles, right? But leather knuckles. This has got skull heads on it, stamped on it all the way around. And I make cigarette cases. 1950s pattern here I made for my cigarettes. Put a book of matches in the back there. It's old school. Yeah, his cousin. Why isn't his cousin Kennedy that's in there now talking about why he got taken out? Why isn't he telling everybody what the real swamp is? You know why? Because he knows he's owned by these banks. And if he says anything, it'll be a rerun. I've been doing leather work probably on and off for 20, 25 years. But I really didn't get serious about it until about 10 years ago, where, people started asking me if I could do Harley seats, and, like 6 years ago. And I'm like, well, I got a couple solo seats at the swap meet and decided to practice on them. And now I do custom leather Harley seats, and I went from there. Pentagon buying shit on Team. That's all they can afford, Louis. Where's Justin at? Did he get mad? Did you piss him off, Louis? I don't see him commenting there. I was in the Navy 4 years, Thomas. Like I said, I don't care to talk about it. If you want to talk about service, go to Kevin the Knife Factor's page. He's happy to talk about it. He's gun hole. thinking they all saved the country. How long have you been? Been what? All right, Justin. I'm happy you're still here. I hope Louis didn't tee you off. Oh, making fixed blades? I've toyed with it 20, maybe 15 to 20 years, somewhere in there. And I got serious about it 10 years ago. Show us knives. What knives you want to see? If I do, I got to put them back because I got them scattered now. I'm going to put these ones back now while I can. What knives you want to see? How about my bushcraft knife? This is my bushcraft knife. Comes with a ferro rod. And I'm going to replace this leather with a band that wraps around it so it doesn't slide out. But this is a hybrid sheath. It's Kydex, leather over Kydex. If you look inside here, it's Kydex. It's solid Kydex with a leather wrapping. And it's made from 1095. High carbon steel. It's got my logo on it. Kodiak Edge Bear Claw. And you can see the scales through it. It's got brass pins. You can see the rear brass tube for the thing. And I got the Celtic knot carved on the blade, on the spine, jimping on the top. This is my bushcraft knife. Any great bushcraft knife's made out of either 1095 or 1084. Depends on what I'm doing, Mark. I prefer a fixed blade when I'm out hunting, out fishing. I have one on me. I always have a couple folders on me, a modern and a traditional. Like right now, I've got this small case with the cross on it, Jeremiah 29:11. I'm a Knight of Columbus. I do a lot of things for the poor and the needy, and I help take care of people that are in need. To me, that's serving my country. You had a bunch of knives after your stream. What did you do? Give them all away? Did you give all away all them Ozark trails? When did I get that? What are you asking? What I got? Funny business? I can't remember. Matheson, yeah, I'm doing good. You're from Germany. No sprechen Sie Deutsch. Nein. No Sprechen Sie Deutsch. Sprechen Sie Deutsch. I don't even know if I said it right. 9. No, I don't speak German. The orange ones must stumble. But yeah, this is my bushcraft knife. $250 if you want one, with the hybrid sheath and the ferro rod. Just got to find my link on my profile and email me. Here's a couple of my older knives that I designed years ago and made. This one I made out of a saw blade. It's got what is this? Spalted maple and all brass hammered finish. I made it from a saw blade. That whole bolster with the jimping on it, that's all pounded brass. Back pommels, pounded brass. I made this one about 8 years ago. And it's sharp as the dickens. It's got my Kodiak edge on it. That's my own design. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I mean, you know, this one's stone washed. Another design that I did. I did this a couple years ago. Pounded finish, and even the burlap in my cart is pounded. It's kind of like a warrior knife, fighting knife. Got the guard in the front. It's $10.95. It's got a skull crushing pommel on it, hitting somebody over the head. It's a fighting knife. And it's all stone washed. This one here is a case that I got. Took the rubber handles off of it and put some stag on it. Probably looks familiar to some of you. Genuine stag. I got a video on my channel about it, and the antler was curved, so I had to boil it and straighten it out before I could use it. Now I'm going to make a nice leather sheath for it. This cheap ballistic nylon. Gotta go. I custom a lot of knives. Thanks, Mark. A couple more custom mods I did. Formax Scout. I put zebra wood on it. I got the grain going perfectly across top to back. This is a honker. I love my cold steels. I had this for sale on eBay for $275 and nobody bought it, so it stays with me. People just don't appreciate what things people do to make knives. Dwayne wants that. Where's Dwayne at? Is he even there? Dwayne Letterman? Okay. And then here's a Recon one I did. That's black carbon fiber with copper, and I made copper coils on the lanyard. Kind of made that top hole a little too deep, but it still works. First one I did, next one I do, it's going to be perfect. Happy birthday. Dwayne has much bunch of knives. I bet he does. Us knife junkies, right? Here's a petrified fish beluga that I put birch burl on it. I love the beluga. My favorite petrified fish knife they have. They got a fixed beluga now. I'm going to buy it and custom it. Yeah, what's up, Justin? He don't like nobody tonight. Must be that time of the month, huh, Justin? But yeah, the beluga. This birch burl comes from Finland. It's getting really rare over there, so the price of it's going up. Every time I buy a blank to make these scales, it costs me, I think the last time was $64. Yeah, it is. And I want to get Dwayne, I want to get the fixed one. Now I got this one here, and it's going to get new scales on it. The SR1 Light cold steel. I don't really care for the tonneau, but I figured, what the hell, for the price, I'll get it. Just put some new scales on it. I like making my own scales. Yeah, I like butterfly knives. I don't own but one pair. I used to have all kinds of them when I was younger. I used to compete with them in a martial art competition. I used to do double knives in kata form. I did them in a competition weapons. And I used to twirl two of them while I was doing the kata in competition to win. Yes, Clint, I was in the Navy, and I don't really give a shit to talk about it. You don't have to thank me either. Oh. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, I got my Costa hat on, see that? Costa Del Rey. All right. All right, I always tell everybody, if you're a serious knife collector and you ain't got one of these, you need to get one. The Boker Mermaid in rainbow. It's got a mermaid on the blade. You can see her tail there, the flipper. I love this knife. Boker. The Boker Mermaid. It's a flashy thing. He's just, let me see what we got here. Worked with knives for 30 years. It's not like I don't ask you how long you've worked on them. I guess overstep my bounds. No, you didn't overstep your bounds. You're cool, man. You're fine. You can ask me anything you want to. I'm sorry, but I had somebody in there early that I just didn't care for, that rubbed me wrong. Just thought I'd throw out there. I'm trading a ZT 0707 CPM 20 CV blade steel, Griptilian and S30V. Well, Heinz, that's a little too much for my blood. I only have one Benchmade, and it's not really a Benchmade. Well, it is a Benchmade, but it's a CQ C7 made by a, uh, what's his name? Emerson, when he started with Benchmade. And it says Bali Song in the butterfly. It don't say Benchmade in the butterfly yet, because Benchmade started out with the Bali Song butterfly knife, which means Okinawan, the song of the blade. Bali Song means the sound of the blade. The mermaid grail. Yeah. Oh yeah, I worked with knives probably on and off for 30 years, but I never really got serious about it until like 10 years ago. You're all good, Heinz, man. You didn't say nothing wrong. Thanks for your question. Yeah, if there's a question you asked that I didn't hear, go ahead and tell me again. Yeah, I wasn't talking to you. Like speaks English. I like your dress combination. What? You like? I like your dress combination. What in the heck does that mean? We got the trolls coming in now. Listen, knife girl. What? No, I'm not in Kodiak. That's just the name of my business. Here's a Finnish knife. I'm actually part Finnish, Finland, Finnish, Swedish, Norwegian. Got it in my blood. And I love to make the puukko knife with the dangler sheath. This is a Finnish made style knife. It's been around over 300 years, almost 1,000 years I think they've been around. But this is a puukko knife. If you know anything about the Finnish knives made by Rapla, the Skinners made by J. Martini, same style of sheath as the Rapla skinning knife. But this is the puukko. This is how they made them back in the day with the reindeer antler, pommel, hardwood. Usually they use the birch like this. And then I got stacked leather, and reindeer and brass up here. And the blade, I actually made it out of a file. I thought it was cool. See the serrations on the top there. But this is called the puukko, and it's got a wooden sheath inside of it wrapped. These go back, like say, almost 1,000 years. These knives are synonymous to the Finnish people as the samurai was to the Japanese. They fought piratism and protected their country with this knife. And it's got a long history. Puukko, the puukko knife. And this is a traditional style that they carry over there with the dangler sheath. I made several of these and sold several of them to people. a Damascus rasp knife. Yeah, I'm making a Ferrer's rasp knife right now. If I can find it. I believe it's over here somewhere. Oh, where did I put it? What do we got here? You can pick my brain, Hines, if you want. Go ahead. I'm always looking to learn new techniques. I learned from Todd Big Mike Snowden, David Steer, right now my mentor, Jose Navarro, our fierce grinders. She has over $40 G in blades. But Hines is full of knowledge. Yeah, he is. We all know I need to get an American-made one, but the SOG seal pup. I was talking about a rasp knife. I made one, a clone of it, and I'm not done. I stopped working. I got to heat treat it. I got to go get me some propane probably tomorrow so I can start heat treating a lot of blades. But this is a Ferrer's rasp. I just thought it was so cool. I wanted to see it all the way around the handle so you can actually see the rasp nudges all the way around it. I got it pinned. It's not even glued on yet. Just I got to heat treat it yet. But I made this. Both sides of the rasp are different. You got the different styles of teeth on the Ferrer's rasp. But it's a clone of it, of the SOG seal put. Because I just thought this knife was too cool not to replicate. The blonde wood. This is actually a zebra wood. Just like you seen on my Cold Steel SR1 light. Or the other one, I'm sorry. Yeah, I wanted to leave the rasp patterns. You can see where I left it. I'm going to work a little more on the grind yet. I might put a hollow grind in it yet. But I just thought they were too cool to leave them in there. You can see it all the way down the handle there. Top and bottom. Will it fit in this SOG sheath? It's a little bit fatter, so it won't go all the way down. The blade's skinnier on the SOG seal put. But, oh, would you look at that? The plastic insert come up. It'll fit in there now without the plastic insert. So if I want to carry it, there we go. Until I make a sheath, I can just take the insert out. I make a bunch of different weird knives for myself. Yeah, when I first started making knives, I've been making them out of rasps and files and saw blades. I got a construction saw blade out there right now. It's 3 feet around, and when them things are like $800 new, and I got it from a rogue construction crew that gave it to me free. It's almost a 1/4 inch thick, and I'll make a lot of knives. I might make some buoys out of that. It's a hardened steel, tool steel. Well, just about any file is great for a cutting steel because it's a hardened steel comparable to A1, A2 tool steel. Same thing you find in springs and stuff in vehicles. Yeah, very gentleman carry. I don't think the Sag Seal Pup by any means is a very gentleman carry, but I will tell you, since you're from Germany, I prefer the German brand folding knives. Jim Parker Bulldog knives, all handmade. You know, best knives ever made by Case is when Parker owned Case. The Case Classics were the best ones to this day. And the Bulldog brand still to this day are handmade in Germany, and so is the Bokers. I love the Bokers and the Bulldogs. Well, thanks, Mark. All the shared knowledge, but I'm headed to sleep now. Good night. Well, we'll see you later. Thanks. Probably see you Wednesday night when I have the next one. Every Wednesdays and Sundays. Keep an eye out on my page. Like I said, I'll have all the rules posted and everything. You are the heat treat to the maximum Rockwell hardness. Will be too soft. If anything, it's just for show. What's that? I mean, I can get 57 to 58 out of a file Rockwell hardness, and that's just about as hard as any knife you're going to buy when it comes on a fixed blade. Most of your best fixed blades are made out of 1095 because of its toughness. The worst thing to make knives out of, which is a very low, 0.35% carbon steel, would be railroad or garbage. They're just for show. But there's a reason why they make files out of hardened steels. That can get really hard. A lot of your files are harder than a Rockwell of 5960. If you ever drop one and it breaks on you, you know why. "104-year-old Ontario knife company collaborated with Queen Company. Number 606. Yeah, I remember that knife. Ontario and Queen's been involved in a lot of different collaborations over the last 100 years or so. But Queen Cutlery had who was it? It wasn't Great Eastern Cutlery. It was from Kentucky. What's that company? They made the classics for Parker, for Case, but they were contracted through Queen. "1095 is my favorite outdoor steel. Ain't no doubt about it. It sharpens up quick. It'll take a razor edge and no, it wasn't Camillus. It was Kentucky Cutlery Company. Forgot their initials. Damn, I'm brain farting for some reason. But they made them contracted through Queen for Parker when Parker owned Case. Well, a lot of people that make knives from rasps and files, they just don't know what they're doing if it doesn't work out for them. Okay, Trex, you have a good night too. Thanks for stopping in. Ring the bell. Be notified on my next giveaway. It belonged. Okay, let me see here. Grandfather passed down to my grandfather, passed down to my dad, passed down to me. What knife was that exactly? Was it the fighting knife you're talking about? Louie and Justin, you still with me? All right. Louie must have fell asleep, huh? He's good at doing that. I'll tell you what, this looks pretty cool, sweet. I hate to give it away, but metal clip. I sewed up tonight when I wake up. I'll do a video on it, a review on it, just to show it off to everybody. So be watching for the video on that sheath. He's here. All right. $200,000 grit. What's 200,000 grit? I never heard of it. You mean 2,000 grit? There is no 200,000 grit. You get in the microns when you get past 3,000 grit. A leather strope is about 6 microns. And then you get into polished micron stones, you can get them up to I think 1 or 0.05 micron. 0.05 is like finer than a human hair. What they use for the stone. Depends. I'll freehand and use my jig. Depends on how complex the blade is and what I got going on top and on the sides. Yeah, a lot of people get Barlows handed down to them. Man, I gotta put some of these knives away. thanks for all the info on the diamond polish. Yeah, I mean, they got diamond stones and even ceramic stones, even finer. That'll get down to 0.05 micron, which is half of a micron. A leather strope is about 5 to 6 micron. Like I said, a human hair is 1 micron. But no, I'm sorry. I think a human hair is 15 micron. I correct myself. I'm pretty sure a human hair is 15 micron. But they have, yeah, diamond paste and stones that'll get well to. I don't think 200,000's diamond paste. If it's, I mean, really, when you get past, like, I think it's 3,500 grit, you get into the microns. There is no 200,000. So if that paste is greater than 3,500 grit, then it's labeled in microns, not in grit. I think it's a sales gimmick trying to get you to buy the shit. I picked up a buck folding hunter the other day, 1972, first release. I like the folding hunters. I got rid of one that was a case folding hunter and it was in mint shape, and I kind of regret it, and my buddy won't sell it back to me, but I'll get another one. I ain't no hurry. I have like 5 others, but they're not as in good a shape as that case one I had. But buck ones, I haven't gotten a buck folding hunter yet. I need to check. I'll probably have one in my collection. I got this one at a garage at an antique store. This is 1980s buck. It's got the rubberized grip handle on it, and it's the 470 from the 80s, I think the mid 80s, with a plastic sheath. They had it in the black and the camel handles. You can still get them. I mean, not get them. They don't make them new anymore, but you can find them on eBay. But this blade's in mint shape, and I paid $25 for it at the antique store. I beat my brother-in-law to it. Pretty cool knife, no less. American-made buck. Well, I'm not believing you. It's just a sales gimmick. I mean, anybody can have an ad saying it's 200,000 polished paste, but in reality, if it's over 4,000 grit, it's listed in microns. It ain't listed in grit. It's too fine. I'm not saying you didn't buy it, but it's like I said, it's a sales pitch. They can say 200,000 grit all they want, and it's not grit. It's in microns. Once it gets over 4,000 grit, that's all there is to it. You can send me the link. I'll look into it, but I'm sure it's a sales pitch. I've never heard of 200,000 grit ever. I mean, what's the finest polishing stones you can get from Worksharp? I've got some others, but I don't really use it on metal anymore. I got some metal glow that I use. Works really nice. Yeah, it's 200,000 polish paste, but like I said, there's no such thing as 200,000 grit. Once it gets up past like 4,000 grit, it's in microns because a grit can only get so small. You know what I mean? What kind of grit is it? Diamond grit? Well, I think the best diamond stones are about, they do make them in higher grits. I mean, I got Japanese whetstones up to 16,000 grit. So I'm kind of correcting myself here. And then the diamonds can get up to maybe 100 grit. I got to look into it again, but there is no, it's not considered grits though. I mean, when it gets so high, it's considered microns. And work sharp sells after their 4,000 grit stone, they sell, uh, I think it's 3 micron, 2 micron, 1 micron, and then ceramics like 0.05 micron, and then you know, strope is like 1 micron. Leather strope with polish compound. So polish compound is only at 1 micron. What's lower than that, right? Well, like I said, you can argue with me all you want. The grit is only so fine, and then it goes to microns. A micron is much smaller than, say, 8,000 grit. And like I said, 1 micron would be your leather stroke. Polishing stones. You mean the whetstones? The whetstones, I think, like I say, I think they go. I don't know, Japanese got them up to like 12 or 14,000 grit. I've never seen a whetstone, any abrasive material, other than a diamond, get finer than, say, 5 microns. I mean, I have an 8,000 grit Japanese whetstone here. I use it all the time. Once you get up to, most knife companies, they don't sharpen their knives past 400 grit anyway. The only way you're going to get a polished cutting edge is if you polish it yourself. I think Buck does a lot of their knives at 400. Case is known with their pocket folders only being at 200 grit. If you want to get higher than 400 on most knife companies, you're going to have to do it yourself. And you got to get over, I think it's 900 grit before you start, 800 grit, I think, before you start polishing the blade, the cutting edge. Around 1200 grit, you're gonna definitely polish it. I used to take them up to 4,000 grit, and that was it, and that polished it perfectly. But most of my knives that I make, I don't even use stones anymore. I use a 2-inch grinder. I have it at 1,000 grit. I'll start out with 200, to get my edge shaped, and then I'll go to 600, and then to 1,000 on my belt grinder, and I'll lay down a razor sharp blade in less than 2 minutes on my belt sander. And if I want to polish the blade, then I'll put it on the whetstones and go up to about 4,000 grit. Other than that, grits don't really mean nothing when it comes to a blade's ability to cut and how effective it cuts. It's, grits getting up over 1,000 grit, even getting up over 600 grit. You can get a razor sharp knife on 600 grit, but you're not polishing the blade. If you want to polish the blade, then you got to get up in the higher grits and then into the microns or whatever you want to do. But you can get a razor knife at about 500-600 grit. You cut the hairs right off your arm. And how high a grit you go and how much you polish the blade means nothing. What means the most about any blade that you have on any knife is edge geometry. You could have MagnaCut, and if a blade with D2 steel has a better edge geometry, it's going to perform and cut better than MagnaCut. It's just not going to hit all four of the standards as much. But if it has a better edge geometry than any blade with MagnaCut, it's going to outperform MagnaCut when it comes to cutting. And they're tools. They're made for cutting. You can take D2 steel, which is a highly underrated steel, which hits one of the marks MagnaCut does in toughness. And people shun from it because it's not as, stainless. It's not as rust resistant. But I love it. I can buy all my knives in D2, and it just depends on its Rockwell hardness and how well its edge geometry is. Well, yeah, the Japanese take pride in their ability to sharpen their katanas and their samurai swords and their short and long staff swords, but you could take a Japanese samurai sword and sharpen it up to 1,000 grit, and because of its edge geometry and the three base metals that they use to make that samurai sword, is going to cut your head off or your torso in half, up to 1,000 grit. It doesn't have to go to 14,000 grit. The samurai sword's edge geometry is an ultimate when it comes to swordsmanship, making, and realistically, most of them Japanese, they don't go past 4,000 grit on their samurais. They just do it out of pure pleasure because they were taught how to do it. But a samurai sword at 1,200 grit will cut a body in half just as fast as one sharpened at 4,000 grit. So you're getting lost with the higher grits, the better. No, it's not that. Edge geometry, the steel it's made from, and how it performs. But the number one factor in a blade's ability to cut isn't how high it's sharpened, it's its edge geometry. If you look at a kitchen knife, they're between 10.5 and 17 degrees edge geometry, the cutting angle, versus a Benchmade bug out or a Buck 110, it's at 22.5. So that's why your cutting knife, your cooking knives are much slicier and quicker at the job than a Buck 110. Edge geometry. It's all about edge geometry. Even Larry Thomas, the knife doctor, or the inventor of MagnaCut, will tell you the biggest number one factor to any knife steel is edge geometry, not how high you sharpen it. Well, if making swords was so easy, everybody would be doing it, right? And really, to tell you, I don't care if I ever make a sword. I have no use for one. And a majority of people that are in the knife community, they don't carry swords. You know, most of them love the new modern folding knives, and then there's the traditionalist. But it's not wrong for anybody to carry a sword, but you're not going to walk down the street with a sword on your side. It's not practical for anything. It's only a collector's thing. That's all. He was kicked out because it was too easy. What episode was you on? I'll check it out. And I'm not the knife guy that wants to make anything out of Damascus. And that's one reason why I wouldn't ever be on Forged and Fire, because one way or another, they're going to want you. And I can learn it. I already have a concept and grasp reality of how Damascus is made, but I don't care for Damascus. I got like over 1,200 knives, and 3 of them are Damascus. That's it. But, and then stainless steel, I don't care if I ever get set up. I'd rather hand pound high carbon steel. You know what I mean? There's an art in any form that you choose, and you can't do it all. A customer wants a knife from me from stainless steel. I have makers that'll make the blade for me. Heat treat it for me, and I'll put my edge on it, and I'll list it as who made the blade and who made the complete knife. Got the trolls coming in here, guys. How long have I been on now? 3 hours? And let me see if I can split my screen on this laptop. Yeah, I can. What is he still doing there? What the heck? Where'd you just go? Okay. I don't know why he's still there. My channel. Live. I'm trying to split my screen here. Oh, now I got the volume back up. My preference on steel. 1095, 1084, high carbon steels. That's what I love to make most of my knives out of. I even make some pocket folders out of 1084. And I will work with D2 and D1 tool steel. I'm not that guy that'll bang about just any knife out of any steel. I'm just not that. I keep it simple. Thanks, Radar. You talking about the one I made? I enjoyed making it, and I'm going to enjoy having these giveaways once a week. Hopefully you can get one from me soon here, Radar. But the more you join and the more you play, the better chances you do. Oh, shoot. I actually went to bed at 11. Justin and Sean, or Louis. Sean. Still got that Sean, Justin. Justin and Louis. I actually went to bed at 11 p.m. last night. You believe that? Then I woke up this morning and seen that you went live, Louis. I watched like most of it. Now, Radar, if you got any ideas, anybody that's here that's got any ideas that's been on my channel now for some time, give us some ideas. What do you like to see me make, or, you know, whether it be from leather that's related to knives, or because I was going to make a gun holster tonight, and Louie's like, no, this is a knife channel. I said, well, yeah, you're right. You know, I'll probably have in my playlist how I make some knife sheaths if y'all want to, or gun holsters if y'all want to watch it. I'll put the videos in the playlist. I'll probably have this motorcycle seat I'm doing made into a video and posted in the playlist. Yeah, I got a couple I can show you, and I got one in the making here. Here's my very first one. I'm kind of proud of it, but then again, I'm kind of not. But it's a honker. Let me see if I can get something to compare it to. Well, how about a buck 110, right? Here's the buck 110, and here's my first folder I ever made. So it's got 1 stop, 2 stops, and 3. It's a folder. It's got a rocker spring on it. It's not a lockback, but it's made out of brown burlap micarta. I got to polish it and work on it a little more. I just let it sit, and my nail nick ain't the best. I got to buy one of them nail nick cutters. But 1 stop, 2 stops, and open. So it's got a finger groove right there. I'm pretty proud of it. My first one I ever made. It's probably about 5 years old, 4 years old maybe. I carved hourglasses on the spine. Probably one of my first carvings too. What is the one that you're proud of, and what was the hardest one to make? The hardest ones to make are actually the lockbacks, because you got to do a spring just right, you know, in the locking mechanism. But this is my first traditional folding style. And then I made a lockback. This is the dark brown burlap micarta, and I carved the bolster all the way around on it. Brass bolster. It's a lockback. It's got a brown burlap micarta on it, like a dark brown. There's a video of it on my page. It's got the Kodiak edge on the blade. Spine's carved with a line pattern. So there's a Kodiak edge on the top of the blade. It's made out of 1084. I didn't do the spine on the rocker lock, just on the blade. I got a video on it, short video on it on my channel here. This is my favorite little pocket knife that I made. Then thanks, Justin. I don't think you've seen these yet. I got them in videos on my page, mostly shorts. But this is my first Barlow. It's made German style. It's got the fluting on the front of the bolster there, like the Germans do. And the swedge in the back of the bolster. This is an ironwood. Beautiful wood. And it's got a half stop. That's my best one to date, my Barlow. Got my logo on the blade. This is probably one of my hardest builds, but the lock back was actually harder because, you know, getting the rocker lock right with the spring pin is the hardest thing to do. It's not really easy to make any of these folders because you got to get the, you know, if you're going to put a half stop in it, you know, you got to get it just right. See how that's flush in the half stop position? Open position, it's flush. Closed position, it's flush. This has got to be flush in every position so you don't feel it. A lot of knife makers don't do that. I do. Thanks, Radar. And then I'm not too proud of this one. A lot of flaws in it, but it turned out all right. I made my first locked back buck 110 knife. It's got arrowheads all the way down the spine. Red G10 liners, brown micarta. It's the same size as a buck 110. And it's got pounded brass. It's a little bit skinnier than a buck 110. I wanted something a little slimmer. But it's nice. All arrowheads from the blade all the way up. Well, it doesn't, it's kind of tight closing. I could, you know, I can rock the blade and make it looser. But, and I think too, I made the rocker lock bar and the blade the same thickness. And I found out after making this one that, even the buck 110 or any folding knife, you look at any folding knife, put a micrometer on it and measure it. The blade's always thicker than the rocker lock bar or the rocker bar, rocker spring bar in a traditional folder, and rocker lock bar for a lock blade, lock back. The blades are always thicker than the springs, and the springs are usually made from a different material than the blades. The cost of the blade is more costly than the springs. That's why they use a less costlier material for the springs. But they are both heat treated. And the reason behind the blades always being thicker than this, than the lockback rocker lock or the rocker spring in a traditional folder, if that was thicker, then you can only, it would be too tight to open and close a knife, and your blade would have wobble and be too loose. But if it's the other way around, when the blade's thicker than the rocker lock or the rocker spring bar, you can pound down on this and get it tight to the blade, and that spring will never be too tight where you can't close and open it. Make sense? And if you pound these down, the bolsters down too tight on that blade, you can always put the knife on the edge of a table, and with like I got a rawhide mallet, if I'm making one and it's too tight, you can pound down here on a blade to loosen up that bolster just enough, a little at a time, to where you get enough play in this, and this is never too tight. So if they made these thicker than a blade, the blade would be too loose, and this would be too tight to open and close the blade. And that's the same concept on all folding knives. You can take out a micrometer and measure any one of your knives you got, and I guarantee you the blades are always thicker. Your blades are thicker than your locks and your springs. I dropped 0.2. What are you talking about, Radar? Here's another one on one of my blades here. I got to get a spring made for it for the lock. I'm going to work on this one when I get some knife orders done. I got a magnet on it now. But this is my one-hand razor that I'm working on. I'm yet to cut the grind on the blade and put my nail nick in it, which will be like a fuller all the way across. Brass bolsters. I'll probably put a tan mic-card on it, I think. It might even be ironwood, I don't know, but that's it. It's in the making. It's my first one-hand razor. Snag it on your pants and open it right. In the making. On my buck I made. Yeah, it's a drop point. I like the drop point more than the clip point. Yeah, see, it doesn't. I just need to work on it a little more. The bolster's a little tight. I'll loosen it up. Turned out all right. Let me put these back. Too much out. Okay. Right channel is 3140 good steel. I've never worked with it, so I can't really tell you much about it. Here's some Buck 112 Slims. I just buy them from Menards. Here's the original. They only got the orange ones at Menards, so I just keep buying them. And I like to mod them. I'll take the original scales off and make my own. Here's the most recent one that I did with cherry wood, and I put my Kodiak bear claw on the top and some bear paws going down it. This is cherry wood. It's getting a little dirty from using it. I didn't carve this one at all, but cherry wood scales. I can mod any of your knives. If you ever want a knife modded, just get a hold of me. Here's one I did. Now it's got fatter scales than the original. I wanted something with a little bit fatter of a scale. This is a brown burlap micarta. You can see the difference in the thickness. So this is the brown. I like that brown burlap micarta. It's sharp. Okay, Mustumbo. Nice for stopping, buddy. Thanks for joining us and your support. We'll see you probably Wednesday night then. Thanks, man. Peace. Great channels. That's 31 steel. Okay. Well, I need to get rid of this comment. My moderators are slacking here. Don't talk drugs on my page. Don't be a troll. Don't talk drugs. I'm not going to answer you. I'm just going to delete your stupid shit. So anyways, then I did one more here. I kind of like the pattern on this with the diamonds and the buck. So I didn't put the buck on it, but I decided to do the diamond pattern. And once again, I made a really fat scales on it. I like a fatter handle. But then I carved the vine on the rocker lock bar. I can do them out of any material. I got them before you did. I deleted it. Talking about crack pipes and shit. Come on. Really? Some people don't have nothing better to do on a Sunday night, I guess. You must not work or have a job if they're talking about that stupid crap. I've been drug free for 25 years. I quit drinking and doing drugs the day I met my wife. You're sleepy? Come on, man. I'm actually getting a little tired too because I went to bed at 11 p.m. last night. Felt good though, man. I slept for 10 hours, boy. Didn't wake up till like 9:30. Gotta catch up once in a while. Yep, American flag's always with me. Even though it don't stand for much anymore. Don't get me talking about that. All I gotta say is the banks are destroying this country. And they're destroying your pocket. I got a folder here, some of my favorite little folders. Not all of them are my favorite, but I'll show you some of them though. I know SC Knife Monkey. And Arizona EDC. Wake up. Wake up, Louie. I didn't come to start anything. Glad we have the freedoms we have. Yeah, well, most of our freedoms are getting taken away, if you haven't noticed. And our money is more than anything. If you think you're free, go somewhere without money and see how far you get. There's actually 14 countries in the world that have more freedoms than we do here. But anyways, here's an old timer with the pin on it. I've always liked this knife. It's got the pin with the brass head on it and the tweezers in the back. I had like 6 of these, and I gave them the other 5 away. Should have known me a little earlier, Louis and Sean or Justin. This Schrade 260 960T trapper, made in America. It's mint, never been used. I keep saying, Sean, it's stuck in my head. Here's another old timer, Stockman, 3-bladed Stockman. Needs a little more cleaning up. This one is the 80T. Look at that funky patina on there, man. It's kind of crazy. It's never been used. It's just got a funky patina on it. Probably from sitting. You can see the oil I got around the bottom of the blades there. It wipes off. But it's got a small spay and a sheep's foot and a clip point. Pretty cool though, made in America, old timer. I love the different opinion though. I have trouble understanding why people stay there better opportunity somewhere else. Well, I'm too vested in my life. If I would have known about the Social Security system being a scam, I would have became solvent a long time ago. But we have any opportunity we want. We just don't have as much control as our money anymore as we used to. This is a 120T Schrade old timer. Mini trapper. It's small. Single blade. This is getting harder to find. But why is it everybody gets me talking about politics in the country? I don't want to talk. I want to talk about knives. I've got the freedoms to talk about knives, I guess. Some countries you can't even own them, I guess. Craftsman USA, 96, 236 pattern. Now we're getting into my Craftsman knives. I love the Craftsman knives. I got a Camillus Craftsman down there, 125th anniversary in a set. But I'm stacking my hair, Craftsman. And this is made by Camillus. Camillus made them, and Schrade made them. The difference between the Camillus and the Schrade is if you look at here's another looking point for you all. If you look at the Schrade, the brass liners are the same, all 3 of them. But if you look at a Camillus, they always made the double liner on one side. See how it's twice as fat brass liner on that side? Now you all go look at your Camillus and Schrade Stockmans, right? See what you can find it. Yeah, they always made a double liner on one side. This is the biggest Stockman I got. And then I got one by Schrade here. Where's it at? Right here. This is a Craftsman by Camillus with the double liner. This is one by Schrade with the single liner. Schrade never made the double liner. Schrade was known for the sweat. Now why am I breaking up again? I almost broke up again. But Schrade's known for the swedge on the clip point. And Camillus wasn't, even though Camillus did have a swedge on a couple of their knives. Ooh, swedge is only on one side. Well, that's a matter of opinion of saying, do I like a fixed blade or a folding knife? I love the different opinions. Although, okay, that's fair. Do you like flippers or full tang? Well, like I said, a knife to me is a tool, and you have a different tool for a different task. And when life calls for a fixed blade, I have it on me. And there's a lot of times where I'll have a fixed blade and a folder on me, just out of sport. But most of the time, I don't really carry a folder unless I'm going to use it, or a fixed blade, I'm sorry. I mostly carry my traditional folders. You know, here's another Stockman. Oh, yeah, I showed you this already. This is the Sears Craftsman by Schrade. And then I got two more Craftsmans here. This one's got the saw blade on it. It's the shield. This is like a mini trapper almost. See, it's got the swedge on the blade. Only on one side. The side with the nail nick, they always got the swedge. This is a 2-blade. It's not as great shape as this other one. But this other one here now, this is a full-size Stockman Craftsman with the shield. The saw blade shield. This is the jig bone pattern. I love the Craftsman knife because I'm a carpenter, you know. I always loved them. I've been carrying one of these knives for over 4 years. Yeah, Johnny, I mean, you know, a knife's a tool. You collect them, and then, you know, you could say, hey, what is my favorite style of knife? I mean, I guess a traditional folder would be my favorite because of its mechanical ability and the complexity of making them and distinguishing the great makers from the not so great makers. Whereas anybody can make a fixed blade with not really much thought into it, make a really great fixed blade. But there's certain fixed blades that I really love, and even when I'm out hunting, I'll carry a nice Skinner with me, more than a clip point. If I want to carry a fixed blade for self-protection, it'll be inside cross jaw under my garments. I won't even carry it on my side. And then when I do carry a fixed blade on my side, it's in the woods, when I'm hunting or fishing. So now I got this one here. A buddy gave it to me in North Carolina, I'm sorry. And until he gave it to me last year, I didn't know this even existed. It's a Victorinox with a lock in the front here. You physically got to pull this lock back to fold it. It locks in place. and it's got a toothpick and tweezers on this side, toothpick, and then it's got the corkscrew. This would basically be used for cutting your cheese and drinking your wine and picking the crackers out of your teeth, right? It's the only Victorinox I got in here. I got several of them down in the display cabinet. The best brand for folder? Well, traditional or modern? There's lots of them. I mean, there's a modern folder. There's so many makers of modern folders. It would be more of a preference, what feels good in your hand. And quality-wise, even modern folders, they still make them handmade in Germany. I prefer German handmade knives over machine-made and machine-stamped knives any day. A lot of your modern folders are mass-produced, and literally, Benchmade has the biggest employees of the modern folder era. They have like 285 employees. Okay. And annually, they make about $14.5 million a year. And if you was to break down their profits to their expense of their employees, out of the 14.5 after paying all expenses and blah, 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 Benchmade makes enough to give every one of their 240 plus employees about $300,000 a year in salary if they wanted to. But still, out of that 14.5, their material costs are roughly around 40% of that. So their profit margins, most companies, is at 60%. So, your question of what is the best is basically like, I can't tell you what's the best to you. It's all about feel, edge geometry, quality of craftsmanship. And I will tell you that, I favor the German, even the German fixed blades, over the American ones because of the pride and tradition of making them, and not a lot of companies like Benchmade and even CRKT or Kershaw slapping one model out after the other, like 20 different models a year. See, these Germans don't do that. They like I said, they're mostly hand made. The skill, I mean, like if you buy a bulldog knife made in Germany, there's over 200 steps to hand make them, just the blades. Whereas if you buy a knife made by Benchmade, it's 100-ton press, pops the blade out, like done. Polish it up, stone wash it, do what you got to do with it, put it together. Whereas the Germans, now, they take pride in every aspect of making a knife. So traditional, I guess, and a modern folder is two different ballgames. But there's some modern folders around the world, even in Germany and even in Japan and a lot of other countries, that surpass Benchmade and even the Sebenza. You know what I mean? They surpass. I'm brain farting. The guy that makes the Sebenza. And a lot of these knife geeks, they prize on a Sebenza, and it's like it's not even close to one of the finest handmade knives yet. It's more expensive. But it's the American market that does that makes it so expensive. You get some fine German and Japanese knives handmade that are superior to a Sebenza that are half the cost. popularity of people that are making them determine the price in its market within the United States. Everybody wants American, buy American. Well, you're going to pay more for it because their market pushes it up much higher than these foreign imported knives. It's not because of labor. It's because of pride. I mean, I got a book here that'll show you some of the finest handmade knives around the world that's far greater than a Benchmade or a Sebenza. Now, back to Benchmade. These knife companies, not only do they stamp out their blades or they're cut CNC, but Benchmade and these other bigger companies like Spyderco and Buck, and they get their steels at a premium cost. The more they buy, the lower the cost of the material. So in reality, they usually get billets because Magna Cut and all these CPM metals from crucible industry, they can't send them to them in big blocks. It's either in a roll or it's in blanks. You know what I mean? The biggest blank they make, the smallest blank I think CPM makes is like 16 inches by a mill thickness, what they're asking for. And they still got to mill them down to the thickness they want. But like say Benchmade. The Benchmade bug out, in reality, the material to make that knife hovers around $35 and around $7 to $8 to make the blade. If it's Magna Cut, maybe $12 because they buy so much bulk of it that the price comes down. One blank will yield 8 blades, and a blank will cost them $27. If me and you bought that blank, it would cost us $150 because we don't buy them in bulks. So in reality, 40% of the cost of 40% of the cost of making the knife, that includes material and labor, between 40 and 45% pays for material, labor, and the cost of making the knife. The other 60 to 65% is pure profit. So if Benchmade's profiting $14 million a year with 280 employees, that they could pay out of their profits $275,000 a year per employee, gives you a ballpark range of what they're making. So they're roughly making around $8 to $9 million a year in profit after their expenses. The Spyderco's making about $6-7 million. Buck is around $6-7 million. No, I'm sorry. They're around 14-15 million because they got a higher bulk, a higher selection of knives. So Buck actually makes more than Benchmade, but only because they have 1,000 different models, right? So yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of great U.S. knife makers, and the Sebenza is one of them. I mean, it's a great knife. It's fine craftsmanship. You know what I mean? But there's other great makers around the world. It's not the best modern folder you can get. Let me get a book. You get a chance, go on eBay or, I'm sorry, Amazon and get this book. It's called The Gentleman's Pocket Knife. Gentleman's Pocket Knife. And this is like, what, 300 and some pages? Let me see here. 225 pages, hardcover. Okay. And, one of the greatest Northfield on XLD, one of the greatest knife makers of traditional folders there is in America. Like GEC, Great Eastern Cutlery, right? They're superior. Them two companies are superior to Case. They take pride in not having flaws in their springs like Case don't. You know, and there's a lot of great, you know, Swiss knife makers. Nobody's even heard of. It's like this one right here. That's every bit of a Sebenza right there, and some, because it's all handmade. You know, but I'll show you a few great knife makers around the world in here. Okay, we get into modern knives here. These are future classics. My moderator's still here. They fall asleep yet. Belgium, all handmade. Look at that thing. You ever see one like that before? Made in Belgium. That is 48 grams. Handles made from G10, blade steel, ATS 34. It's a slip joint, non-locking, made in Belgium. Now, traditional folders, Boker. I mean, the ones made in Germany, right? I actually have that knife when it first came out. If I can find it. Here it is here. Come with a ballistic sheath, made in Germany. And it's spring assist. Top lock, Boker, Germany. And it's light. I mean, this is anodized aluminum, aircraft grade aluminum here. You know, made in Germany. I mean, it's sweet. Even has a nail nick on it. You can pull it out traditionally. And it's spring assist. Yeah, it's a pretty cool knife. Let's get into some better makers here. You ever see a Puko knife made in Japan? A Puko folder? Look at that. It's got this Scandi grind on it, like the Puko style knife. Remember I told you the Puko was made in Finland. That's badass. But that's the Taiwan made one. I'm not sure if they got one made in. Now here's the Actolin. Now this knife is every bit of a Sebenza, and its locking mechanism is totally different. It's kind of like the Laguiole, but this is from France, just like the Laguiole. Look at how sweet that thing is. I mean, there's just so many foreign makers that hand make knives that are just far superior than what we're used to over here. See this here? That's like a Laguiole right there, the lock on it. Where the Laguiole is known for the B. Oh, I've got a Laguiole here, but I'm sure you know what it is. Another great one right here in France. I mean, it just goes on and on. You got to get this book. Let me see a really great one here. Thiers, Par Claude de Rome. He makes some really, really great knives in France. All handmade. You know? Yeah, Johnny, it's worth it's a good buy. The Gentleman's Pocket Knife. History of construction of the world's most beautiful models, Stefan Shamla. the gentleman's pocket knife. It's got case in here too. But here's the wood that was on the knife doctor's knife today. They didn't know it is the rare finish birch. Actually, the birch ain't rare. The birch burl is. But this was on the knife that the knife doctor was showing today. That was, I think it was made in Portugal. Pretty cool knife. But I mean, look at this, made in France. Look at that spine carving on that. Right there. All hand carved, you know, just crazy. I like the German one you showed, the silver and black. Yeah. And here we got another France. I mean, look at the shape of this wood handle material here. We got Kingwood, it's called. Made in France. Ever see a knife like that? There's just so much to explore in the foreign market. And you can order any of these knives. France is known for a lot of great knives. You know, and people just don't think about them. Here's one from Italy. Fantoni. Snakewood handle material. The blade, let me see. 19C27. This is Fantoni in Italy. I'm going to show you my favorite knife in this whole book that I'm looking for, and I'm going to buy one. And I'll tell you right now, it's made in Boker. Another Italy. Horse steel. I mean, brands you never even heard of. Look at this one. Handle material, burlwood. This is a green burlwood. Made in Italy. Mazarin Consoli, stainless steel, CPM S30, what? CPM, this is a crucible metal on an American steel. S35 VN, Italy. Look at this thing. It's green burl. I'm going to be looking at getting one of them. Look at the carvings in that liner on the inside. And the carvings on the spine. See that? That's all handmade. Look at this. Right there. I mean, this is just badass, man. I need to make something like that. Nice, beautiful sloping drop point on it. Lock back. Beautiful green burl. I did a case knife with a purple burl just like it. I think it's on my channel in a short. I can make opal handles. Yep, spine is awesome. And like the spine on this one. You know what I mean? Another Italian knife. This is the Gent Viper, made in Italy. Look at that thing up top. Beautiful curves. And then look at the carving on it. I mean, just so much you can buy around the world from all these hand makers. You know, some of these will set you back. You know, you're probably looking at the Sebenza price for some of these makers. It just depends on how popular they are in their country. Just like the maker of the Sebenza. His name keeps avoiding me, man. Beautiful stag bone, made in China. No, Japan. This is made in Japan, handmade in Japan. Look at that thing, lock back. Look at that sheath, isn't that cool? It's like a green. No, that's inside is leather and the outside is actual denim. Hand sewn, or probably machine sewn, but still. And these are all modern folders around the world here. Japan, with a lot of pearl and abalone inlay. Another Japanese made out of iodized aluminum. Just all hand carved. That's a rock stud. They've hit the American market already. Rock studs. You can buy them. They're made in Japan. The blade on it is ZDP 189. Cambodia. You can even get one made in Cambodia. Yeah, you got to get this book because then you can read the history on the company, and they got all their websites in here. It's a definite buy. Here's a gentleman's pocket knife. It's got a money clip on one side. Pretty cool. Little short guy. EKA with a shield. That's made in Sweden. Eka. Eskilstuna, Sweden. That looks to be like satin finished aluminum. Now look at this one from Sweden. Never even seen one. Look at the bail on the back of it. And this thing appears to be, yeah, it's a liner lock. And it's made with Cocobolo wood handles, and this blade steel is Lamb COS, if you ever heard of it. Look at that square bail on the back. Isn't that cool? And it's a liner lock. Look at that bill. That's badass. And that's made in Sweden. You bought the book, Johnny? Cool. Here, I'm gonna make some of these lanyards and probably offer them. I need to make some, but this knife here is made in Sweden too, with the birch wood, and the steel is Damascus. But I want to make some of them. I want to make some and start putting them on my knives for people. Deer antler. I like to make them like that, but I like making the smaller ones pointed. I've done a couple of them for a couple skinners for guys, deer hunters. Yep, and then you got Clotsley, A.G. Russell design. A.G. Russell's very famous over there in Switzerland. Right? That's comparable to a Sabenza, a $500-600 knife. All handmade. Yeah, that's pretty cool lanyard. And now we got the Victorinox, of course. It's in here. Like I said, so's Benchmade. We're getting to the American ones now. And then we got Ken Onion design. It's in here. I'm yet to get that knife. I want to get it. I love Ken Onion's work. This one is called, in case you're wondering, Eros. Ken Onion design Eros. I think he's selling this for like 5 something. Pocket knife Eros. Yep. EROS. The name integrates it into a tradition going along with Plato's insight into the nature of exotic desire, but Eros is a desire aimed at beauty. Ken Onion knife again. I want to get that knife because it's Ken Onions. I got a lot of his Kershaws. Vintage knife book at a book sale in Phoenix. Cool. I need to get some vintage books too. I need to get more. I might even order some up next weekend. Up-to-date collectors. I mean, I got. Look it up here. That's all my Blade magazines, and I got Blade magazine forum hardbacks from the last 5 years. But I got all the Blade, all them binders are full of Blade forum magazines since the 60s. I've been collecting them that long. And this one is Minati. Okay, here you go. Here's the Spyderco, of course. It's in here too. With the wire clip. And you got, what's this one here? American made. William Henry, American. Didn't even know he was here. That's a cool knife. I have to look into it. Are you into firearms at all? I thought I saw a Model 15 on the wall. Yes, I am, but I can't show them. They'll kick me off in less than a minute. I did that with cornbread. I had to say goodbye to them real quick. You can see them in videos, but you can't see them live on YouTube. That's the way it goes. So anyways, definitely worth a book to buy, you know. And then I'll show you. Let me get my laptop out of the way here a little more. It's got Sheffield's Rise to Cutlery, Metropolis, Important Innovations. If I can show you this without my phone falling. So, a little history of the knife making here. IXL, look at this one. There's like 125, let me see here. Joseph Rogers made this imposing showpiece equipped with 75 blades and tools and 2 years of work. It is named after the company's office at Norfolk Street 6. Presented to the public for the first time during the World Expo in 1851 in London. Today it is on display in the Cutler's Hall in Sheffield. Look at that. 75 blades on here. Or tools, or whatever you call it. Isn't that crazy? Let's see Case make one of them, right? I don't think they'd even know where to start. IXL when they started. Pretty cool. Solid and catching up. There's the old wheel here. Cutting the grinds. So, you know, it's got a lot of information. It's even got in here, you know, the bit of pocket knife science. It's got all the knives broken down in their parts. Here's a Spyderco. Here's a buck. Well, that's actually a charade. I could tell by looking at it. I know what they look like inside. You know, then the modern materials. Mammoth tooth and burl, and you got your traditional folders here from like IXL and case, and you know, horn from France. And it talks about horn and stag, and there's just so much in here. Here's the mammoth tooth here, see? Mammoth molars and mammoth tusk. Currently, this goes for about 125 a block. And this tusk is even more expensive, about 135 for a block. That's why it costs so much to have these knives made with it. If I did a buck 110 for you, it cost you $475. It doesn't say prices in here, Arizona. Donnie B for me, I recently found like 6 knife books, had a book sale in Phoenix. Cool. Are you into firearms? Yes, I am. I got you. That sucks. I was gonna do shooting on my live stream when I got 250 subs. No, don't do no shooting. They'll ban you for 24 hours your first offense. Second offense, I think it's like a week. All the different materials, you know, from makes you understand the materials, most important plastics, composition materials. Micarta, G10, Valix, Creighton, FRN, carbon fiber, Zytel. That's what that book I showed you had on it, Zytel. So if you want to know all the different materials, it's here in this book. And then it shows you Damascus and Damascus, the different patterns. I mean, I'm telling you, this book is loaded, man. Harness measurements according to the Rockwell, how they test them. Everything from 1095, 154, VG10, OS 8, S30V, N690, laminate steel, 440C, 420, 154. All the different steels in here. Then the mechanics of the Spyderco knives. Frame locks versus liner locks, button locks, how they work. You know, good book for newbies too. Here's the Opinels. I got lots of them. It's called the Viral Block Twist Lock. All the different blades and grinds. And here's the Opinels. I got a couple of them knives. They're not Opinels, but the Laguiolles, I'm sorry, from France. Here's the Laguiole collection over the years with horn and buffalo. Here's the Laguiolles now. I have this bee on mine. Now there were 7 different carvers that carved these spines and the bees. And in France, when you get them there, you would ask on order, what carver do you want? They had a list of the different carvers and displays of what they carved over the years. So you can't really judge that here in America. You got to be in France. But I've got one of the carvers. I can't remember his name. I got it wrote down somewhere. But he did this one here. And these will set you back about $230 plus American dollars. But I love the Laguiole knife. I'm going to start getting more of them. You're going to take off. Break is over. Okay, Johnny, thanks for stopping in, man. But, you know, everything's in here. Cases in here. But I wanted to show you here's the German switchblade I got. I got to fix the spring in it. I wanted to show you the one I want to get right here. Look at that scout knife. Isn't that beautiful? I'm looking for it. I'm going to get it. It's got the beautiful carrying case, leather carrying case. I mean, look at that thing. Would you just look at that? I mean, man, it doesn't get any better than that. Look at the bell. It's got a, you know, a chain on it. And it's got a beautiful case. Boker, made in Germany. You know. So, anyways, check out the book. And I think it's about that time. Big Ben's saying here about 5 to 3. I'll smoke one more cigarette and I'm gonna hit it, y'all. That's all I got made. So, anyways. All right, if you're still around, thanks for stopping in, Johnny. I appreciate it. Thanks for your support. How about you, Arizona? Louie? Wait. Ooh, I just blew you a kiss, Louie. Yeah, I don't think anybody else is watching, brother. And I don't think anybody's going to go 5 hours to watch my whole video either. But I'm sure there's still lurkers. What do we got here? I got 1,009K subscribers now. 31 watching. Only 2 talking. Mostly trolls watching, I bet. Do you make opal handles? Okay, are you still here, Greg? All right, Justin's still here. Arizona. And Louis. Okay. So all in all, guys, I think everything went great tonight, don't you think? Hey, we're new at this, so we'll get better. Like I said, I'm gonna do the rule thing. But man, this really turned out well, man. I wish one of you two could have won it. I'm gonna stitch it up when I wake up, and I'll do a preview video on my work. I think I'll do a short too, but. Oh, I didn't. Yeah. I didn't show you all my knives. Check this one out, guys. I got a couple here on the show. These are called what they call melon testers, right? The big, long, skinny ones here. These are both very rare. I bet you won't find one of these on eBay. This is 2 of my favorite melon testers. I got like 6 of them. This one here is a queen, original, when they first started. See that? See that big Q with the crown on top? Can't remember. This is like 1940 melon tester, and that's real bone. I call it. It was an easy out opening. Man, look at the length of this thing on my hand. I think this thing's about 11 inches long. It's a melon tester. Cutting the core samples out of the melons, right? But yeah. It's even got an old half stop. Queen. Hey, you hard pressed to find one of these on eBay. And then this one here is made in Germany. It's a rust-free, and it's a Delrin. I don't know if you can see it. Rust-free, which means rust-free, stainless, German. Another big one. You really stick somebody with one of these things. So, anyways, Nutmeg is here. What up, Nutmeg? Okay, that's the melon testers. Then I got one oddball here. I don't know where I picked this one up. But what does it say on there? I'm trying to read it. Can't remember. It's not a buck. It's by Anvil. You ever hear of Anvil Knife Company in the United States? It has an anvil on the shield. See the anvil? And the blade says Anvil on it. USA. I found it somewhere. I can't remember where. But they were made in America at one time. It's an old one. And look at it. Look at it. The plastic wrap on this handle. It's got metal handles with a plastic wrap. This is an old hammer brand from the 40s and 50s. I just thought that was cool. I had to buy it. I bought it at like a flea market. Kind of green with some black stripes going through it. It's in good shape. Hammer brand from the 50s. No sprechen Sie Deutsch, Bommel. 9. Oh. Can't understand what you're saying, brother. Then I got these Imperial USA provinces from the 60s. This is another plastic wrap over the metal. And this had plastic wrap, and I took it off. And I stone washed the inside of the grooves. Same knife. Just don't have the plastic wrap on it to make it look like bone. Funny. So you do speak English. You do write English. See, us mutts in the United States here, we only learn one language, and that's English. Unlike a lot of other countries, learn 2 or 3 languages before they get out of high school. And they learn English because it's the international language of business. Well, thanks. I got all kinds in the show, but I'm running out of time. I've been on here 5 hours already. It's hard to believe, but yeah. I'm retired, so I don't have to go to bed at any specific time. And I went to bed early last night, so I caught up on my sleep. And I probably smoke a cigarette every hour. But, hey, if I'm going to be on here late, you got to put up with my smoking. I try not to curse. I'm not a truck driver. All the best for you, too. Are you a knife junkie, Bummel? Whenever we think of Germany, a lot of us think, in the knife community, we think knives, but most Americans think about the war and all the bullshit propaganda that went with it. Got a Bowie? Not really. I don't have, I got over 1,200 knives, and I just never really got into buying Bowies. I'm fixing on making one, though. I got an axe here that I just finished up. not completely finished. I want to put a lanyard on it, but this is black walnut. I made a brass bolster for it. It's got my logo on it, Kodiak Edge, bear claw, and it's got like a finish rear end on it. I'm gonna put a lanyard hole in it, put a lanyard on it. I might even wrap this with some leather and lace. Trick it out and make a nice leather sheath for it. It's a skinnier one. It's 1/4 inch steel. Nice little camp axe that I'm gonna sell once I get it completely done. It had a wormhole in here and I just left it. It's kind of unique in its own. And I got a brushed finish on the brass. I'll probably finish sanding it and shine it. Or I might just leave it brushed. Yeah, I was thinking that. I did a custom job on a, and you can tell I use it. I'm part Irish, so I wrapped this one in leather and did a cross stitch on it. This used to be an S-wing axe where it comes straight across, and I made the cutout in it. And I use it for chopping up my firewood here in my fire pit. I got some gunk on it here, so it's been used, and I got some Irish stamps on it. I did one, I think I showed it on my page. It's in my Facebook page, Kodiak Edge. I did one for a Marine. He carries it with him in the Marines. This is the sheath I made for it before I colored it green and put the green wrap on it. You know, it was a steel, so it had the orange, and this clips on your belt. But I made this for this, and it drops down in it like a knife into a sheath, right? So when you're, it's not wanting to go on it, in it. I haven't had it in there in a long time. There we go. So when you carry it on your side, it clips on your belt. So if you're out, you know, doing your woodwork, you know, cutting up firewood or whatever, you got it on your side here, and then you just pull this up and you push up on it, and it comes out of the sheath that way and drops back down in it. Like, kind of like a knife sheath. It's not a wrap around. But I made this a few years back before I, like I said, took this steel axe and made it into a get it off here. There we go. I was going to put copper rivets in it, and I never got to doing it. That's why I stopped the stitching. They're consecrate, whatever that is. Yeah, it's a nice little mod. I use this for my fireplace in here all the time. But it's only 3:08. Man, I thought it was like 5 o'clock or something. Yeah, I need to get this done. I might auction it off on my YouTube channel here. I'm gonna advertise it for a whole week and then auction a few things off maybe. I take Venmo and postal money order. That's all I'm gonna do. might auction off a few of my knives too that I've made. Are my moderators still with me? I know I keep asking, but oh wait, you're here. Arizona's here. Yep, I like it. Okay. 4 here. Yep, Justin's here. Louis here. Oh, so we got 2 new guys. Baumel from Germany. And whoever Mr. Pollard was, probably a troll. We got to Bubs, T Dubs, Baumel 816. That was a small collection. Okay. But man, I got things scattered again. I got to do a serious cleanup tomorrow, I think. I got to go finish up some fine things on my parents tomorrow. Oh, shoot. Yep, I always make a mess when I do my live streams. I'm getting cottonmouth. I think it's time to call it quits. What do you think, guys? I picked up a dozen more subscribers tonight. That's good. And I probably got enough hours after tonight to be monetized. So I'm going to have to check in the morning and see if I can start getting paid here, huh, guys? I know I won't be making much till I get at least 10,000 plus subscribers, but you know, hey, it's all in fun, right? I work hard at it, I'll get there. I need to start coming up with some really great videos. Like the few that I got that got over 12,000 views. I need to make a lot more videos like that. So, with that all said, I think I'm going to call it a night. What do you say, Louis? Justin? Louis, you should get your package from me tomorrow. I'm pretty sure you're going to have it. I think it says the 25th it'll be delivered by. And then I'm going to go get some propane tomorrow and get the grinds done on Justin's knife and see about getting it heat treated. It'll probably be about another week before I can even send it to you. And I'll just wait and send you and Louie out at the same time in about another week. Because I got to order some micarta, and like I said, I'm on an unlimited budget, so I get paid the 28th. I'll order some micarta. So it'll be about another week and a half. Make sure you guys get them done and on their way. Wish I could finish them earlier, but I don't have any extra money right now. Now to be buying extra shit, my wife will kill me. I'll send what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you both the pocket drop right away, the way I got them. And the other 2 pocket drops that I got cut out already, I'm going to heat treat them and grind them and put the materials on them that you want. So you will have 2 pocket drops you can play with. And for the weight, I'm going to get you a couple of pieces. One's going to be on me. The first ones I send you, I'll probably send it to you Tuesday night or Tuesday morning. I'll send you both. Well, I can put like 5 different woods I got. I got cherry wood, I got walnut. I might even have some ironwood. If you want wood on it, I'll put some wood on it, Justin. Like I said, Louis, I'll get yours with the blue G10 and the blue epoxy handles you wanted on the second one. But I'll send you out this one I did that you've seen already. And they'll all four be carved. I'll carve them all, and I can get all four of these out for you by Wednesday. So I'll send you probably Tuesday. I just wait till Wednesday. I'll send you all four of them. I'll have all four of them done Wednesday. What is today? Sunday? Or is it Monday? I think today's Monday, ain't it? Yeah, that maple burrow's beautiful. Yeah, send me some cutoffs that he's got. I'm sure he's got all kinds of different wood cutoffs that he ain't using. I can surely square it up myself and make handle material out of it. That'd be great. You send me a lot of that, you'll get some free knives from me because you know exotic woods and stuff like that. If you can get it, send it to me. I can make lots of knives. I try to be resourceful, but I just when I buy the micarta, I got to start buying like 12 packs, enough for 12 knives, enough for 12 knives for this color, enough for 12 knives for that, instead of just one. You know, I've been doing things on an order basis. People order things, I ask them what they want, and I buy it. But I don't, you know, since I'm on a limited budget now, and I don't have anything banked to buy extras right away. I got to wait on it when I get paid. And in the summer, it's easy for me because I do a lot of big jobs, side jobs. I get paid lots more. You know, I can make 5, 6 grand in a weekend. These side jobs I do during the summer, and that's when I buy a lot of the bulk of material. But last few months, I used up just about everything I had. You guys caught me at the tail end of it. Yeah, I'll call you. I'll probably, you know, if I get over there early, I could be home before 3 o'clock, and I'll give you a holler before or after dinner. We eat dinner every night at 5 o'clock here because my wife's a diabetic. She's on a schedule, so dinner's always 5, and by 6 I usually get around to calling people. And then if I get home early from my mom, then I just give you a holler before then. All right. So with that said, I'm gonna clean up a little bit here, and then I'll give you a holler tomorrow, and we can both talk on the phone again and go from there. But like I said, I'm gonna make a video for the rules for Wednesday and Sunday on giveaways, and I'll post it once a week. Every Monday, I'll post the rules over again, so subscribers know when they get to the giveaways, they know what to expect and what's going on. Oh, when I get off the live, well, really, I like to go to bed. I mean, 5 hours is enough. I'll call you tomorrow at my folks' house if I'm not home before 3 o'clock. And we'll talk about, you know, everything tomorrow. All right. Well, when do you get off of work? You get off at like 10, 11 o'clock at night, don't you? What time do you go to work? What time do you go to work? 11:30 you get off. 2:30. I'll call you before 2:30. Around lunchtime, I'll give you a holler. If I forget for some reason, just text me. in about 4 hours. Yeah, just give me a text if I forget. All right. And I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay? For sure. I don't know if Louis wants to get in the conversation too or not, but we'll see. All right. I will talk to you then. 2:30 is when Chinese people go to the dentist. Okay, whatever, buddy. Good night, Justin. Yep, good night, Louis. We'll talk to you both tomorrow. Like I said, if I forget by noon, and that's 1 o'clock your time, 12 o'clock my time, just text me. All right? Peace, guys. Thanks.